63.
Thank you. Why don't you do this? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. It's time for some door prizes. Got some fabulous door prizes to give away this morning because you were up and at 'em at Dark 30, Daylight in the Swamp. I guess we're not in the swamp today, but all right, let's see our first number. Oh, hustle up here, come on.
Oh, don't worry about Nick.
Yeah, Nick doesn't have enough swag. Okay, we know better.
He's gonna give it to you.
The first item is a thermos. I could drink about 3 of these full of coffee right now. But the number is 000791. 000791. Okay. Oh, is that you, Charles? We got Charles. Good job. We're going to draw again for that one. Just hand me a ticket there. Okay, for the thermos, 088297. 088297. Oh! Next up, a stocking cap. For the stocking cap, the number is 088397. 088397. Back there. Christina. Show off the sign here a little. Okay, we have a nice blue sign. Farmers Union member. For ticket 088393. 088393. Way in the back there. Good news, we've got another sign to give away. Another sign, and it is 088320. 088320. Oh, Jan Tusick. And our final prize for this morning, a fanny pack. It's an essential part of any ensemble for this season. 000820. 000820. Back there. It's going to Oklahoma. All right, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Alrighty, good morning. Everybody's ready for the day? All right, perfect. To start us off this morning, before we get into policy itself, I would like to introduce Lisa Buckner, NFU's Education Coordinator, and she'll be introducing the members of our National Youth Advisory Council. Lisa.
Good morning, everyone. So throughout today, you will hear speeches from 6 young Farmers Union members about what Farmers Union means to them. These 6 people make up the 2022-23 National Youth Advisory Council. The National Youth Advisory Council, or NIAC, as you may know it or have heard it being referred to, are made up of 6 young Farmers Union members elected each year by their peers at All States Leadership Camp. In their 1-year tenure, the council hones in their advocacy skills by attending the legislative fly-in with their states. They witness the crux of Farmers Union policymaking at convention, and they put their leadership skills to work by planning the following year's All States Leadership Camp. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first 2 speakers of today to tell you all what Farmers Union means to them. Levi Nightingale from South Dakota and M. Sathram from Minnesota.
As mentioned yesterday by many speakers, I'm sure you all can't wait to get into the policy, so I will try to make this short. I come from a small town in South Dakota and grew up on a farm. We have cattle and grow corn and beans for the most part. I have been working on the farm for my dad and my brother throughout high school, so I have firsthand experience with farm work. Getting involved with Farmers Union has taught me a lot about different lifestyles and ways of farming, and so I'm very thankful for that. My first real experience with Farmers Union was at summer district camp when I was about 6 or 7 years old. My older siblings had gone to camp before, and they brought me along for 1 year. I didn't know at the time, but I would eventually get more and more involved with the organization. It started out just being something I did for fun in the summer. I got to meet lots of people, learn about what Farmers Union does, and about how cooperatives work. It eventually grew to be a very big part of my life and led me on the trip to this convention. I went to county camp, district camp, state camp, and finally all states camp, where I became a NIAC and got the opportunity to come here. It has been a great experience to have, and I am grateful for what Farmers Union has done for me. When I was little, I went to Farmers Union camps to have fun and make friends. This inspired me to meet new people and build connections with people around me. So I learned a very important lesson in my youth. It is not about what you know, it's about who you know. I also learned how to work together with people through those camps. Farmers Union is all about cooperation, so I learned to cooperate with my peers through activities that we did together. This helped to build me into a better person and prepared me for life in high school, college, and after that. Not only has Farmers Union educated me to better myself, but it has also provided me with many opportunities to travel and learn about the world outside of my own. I was given the opportunity to travel many times and explore different places through reward trips. I am very thankful for that because it gave me a different perspective of the world and gave me more knowledge about how it worked. The reward trips took me to many places in the States for the first time, including San Francisco at convention and Washington, D.C. at fly-in, and now I'm more educated because of it. In addition to travel opportunities over the years, Farmers Union has helped me to prepare me for college life and later life. For example, I did something that I thought I would never do when I got to college. I joined a fraternity farmhouse. In fact, I'm wearing my farmhouse pin right now. The reason this happened was because of the friends that I made, networking, the connections that I had built in the first few months of college. I don't think that I ever would have imagined myself joining a fraternity before college, but it happened, and I'm glad that it did. I think that being a part of Farmhouse will make me a better person, and Farmers Union helped me to get there by teaching me life lessons along the way. Farmers Union means a lot to me. It's influenced me throughout my younger years, high school years, and finally now in college. I have learned a great many things from it, such as networking, about how cooperatives work, leadership, and so much more. I hope to keep learning from Farmers Union as I grow up into adulthood. Thank you.
Howdy. Camp is a wonderful thing. Some people have band camp, which I'm sure we've all heard our fair share of stories about. But luckily enough, I got to grow up with Farmers Union camp. Although I didn't spend my whole childhood attending, I felt as if though I did. I went once when I was 8, and it was fantastic. Then suddenly my family had to move, and camp forever seemed lost to the times. A mere blink in a 8-year-old child's life. Yet when I turned 12, Minnesota was back on the schedule, and thus so was camp. This time, returning to camp, I knew no one, and I had an understanding that camp was usually a tight-knit group of people who all had a level of care and knowledge for each other that I didn't. Later that week, though, I left with a whole new family, one that has stuck with me till today. I used to get teased by my friends outside of camp, wondering what I, a suburban kid with no knowledge of farming, except for my uncle who lived all the way in Austria, who had a farm on a mountain, who I saw once like every 6 years, was doing at a farm-centered camp. But little did they know that this camp would lead me to a pathway of things I never thought I would get to see. Now, I am more of a good listener than a public speaker, but hopefully my storytelling skills are okay enough to keep you guys entertained. Now, I never formally introduced myself and kind of rushed in here, but hello, I'm Em, a 19-year-old queer person from Minnesota and an assistant manager at a local coffee shop in Rochester. And about 2 years out of high school, from which I graduated with more knowledge in visual arts than I ever thought I would, thanks to a very close friend of mine introducing me to Perpich Arts High School, which is a cool opportunity, a public arts high school. This high school, you had to kind of do an interview and act like it's a college, but instead of a college, you're 16 or 17-year-old not knowing what you're doing. You had to make this portfolio and create these pieces and be inspected. Looking back, I am almost sure that I wouldn't have gotten in if it wasn't for camp. At least to a degree. Speaking in front of you guys is a little terrifying, but I have learned that from camp, there's at least one thing that you and the person you're speaking to have in common. At least one thing that brings you to the place you are. And I know here, together, that's Farmers Union. I plan one day, hopefully soon, to go to college and study both art and environmental science, which, although at first glance might seem like the furthest subjects from each other, but are really interwoven. I have a plan. Well, next to the plan, there's a goal. And to bind these elements and share the stories of all of you who keep us alive, to amplify your voices to those like me, the little 8-year-old sitting next to the bonfire who had no idea what farming was. And you have all given me the lessons, the opportunities, the love, the care, the friendship, the family that anyone could desire. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Thank you for making me who I am today. Thank you for making me realize what I wish to do for my life. And for all of you, showing me a little bit of yours. Thank you.
Good job.
Alrighty. Can't wait to hear the others. This has been amazing already. At this point, we'll turn back to policy. Our presiding officer, parliamentarian, and the policy committee should make their way back to the stage here. While they're coming up, we will also distribute the clickers. Thanks once again for all the hard work of the policy committee and as part of all the deliberation as well. As folks know, the process really started back in December, with the bulk of the work happening during a week-long session in Washington, D.C. at the NFU offices. The group met virtually a couple times to further deliberate, and then obviously met here to close that up and then listen to some of the recommendations from each of the delegations. They also received, while they were in D.C., briefings from staff representing the House and Senate Agriculture Committees, which helped inform their work. I believe you have an announcement? Okay.
Thank you and good morning. Yesterday evening, I think we all took the advice of California Secretary of Agriculture, Food and Agriculture, Karen Ross, and we sampled some fine foods and refreshments from around California. And while that was happening, I heard from several of you, had some good conversations about parliamentary procedure. It was an educational time. Fortunately, there was some good feedback there, and also some direction and guidance from our convention parliamentarian, Chris Qualheim. So we'll kind of pick up where we left off yesterday with where we were on page 63. As we get into that, I'd also like to note that on the back of your delegate book, I guess the second to last page, there's a parliamentary procedure at a glance page. And that is actually in the correct order of precedence as you look down the list there. And one of the points is that to suspend further consideration of something or move to table something is higher in precedence than moving the previous question or ending debate, which is where we left off yesterday. So as the clickers are passed out, in just a moment here, I'd also like to note that calling the question, as we had right at the end of yesterday's discussion, calling the question was out of order in that situation per the convention rules, per Rule 12 of the convention rules. I'll note on there that Rule 12 states that there shall be no debate by a delegate before offering the motion to end debate or previous question. I know sometimes in practice we, as a body, haven't followed that, but Rule 12 of the convention rules states that there's no debate before moving the previous question. At this point, the chair would entertain a motion to take from the table page 63, line 23 through page 66, line 5, with the pending motion to reinsert the language on page 64, lines 24 through 27. There's a motion and a second to do so. We go directly to a vote on this motion to take from the table the section from page 63, line 23 through page 66, line 5. All those in favor of taking from the table this section, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. The language is taken from the table. Is there further debate on the motion to amend by striking and inserting the language on page 64, lines 24 through 27? Delegate to my right.
Justin Sherlock, North Dakota Farmers Union. I move to withdraw my motion to amend.
Is there a second? Is it okay with the individual who, yes, it is okay with the original seconder of the motion. With that in mind, the motion to strike and insert is withdrawn. The motion on the floor now is to accept the language on page 63, line 23 through page 66, line 5. The delegate at the center microphone.
Eric Sommerfeld, Montana. I would move on page 64 to strike lines 24 through 27 and insert language that the secretary has that he can bring up for you.
Is there a second? Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, last night after this got done and over, the good gentleman from North Dakota worked on some language, and I talked to some other people about it, and this is a much better way to do it. We're about protecting farmers, and this language will protect farmers and still allow banks to have their say in it as well. So if it's grain and you have a loan, that bank is going to have a lien on that grain already. So they would want that farmer to get first right to that money. If it's a supplier that goes broke and the farmer gets his prepay money back first, that's going to make sure that bank doesn't have to call in collateral for that operating loan, and that bank's interest will be protected. But first and foremost, it protects the farmer in both these types of situations: elevator bankruptcies and supplier bankruptcies.
Further debate on the motion to amend by inserting the language as seen on the screen. With no delegates approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote on the motion to insert the language on the screen. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion passes. The motion on the floor is to accept the language on page 63, line 23 through page 66, line 5 with the amended language. Is Is there further debate on the motion to accept this language? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language on page 63, line 23 through page 66, line 5, signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Back to you, Mr. Hibner.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 66, line 6 through page 69, line 22 with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 66, line 6 through page 69, line 22. Is there a second? There is a second. Is there debate on the motion? The gentleman at the center mic.
Not on that motion, but my name's Tony Logan, Ohio delegation, and I rise on a motion for reconsideration.
The motion to reconsider is out of order at this juncture. Is there further debate on the motion to accept the language on page 66, line 6 through page 69, line 22? Without further debate, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language, page 66, line 6 through page 69, line 22, signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no.
I now offer for consideration of the body beginning on...
Hold on just a moment. Pardon me for a moment. I do see a delegate at the center microphone.
Thank you. Tony Logan from the Ohio delegation. Sorry for the quick trigger there, but I do rise on a motion for reconsideration of certain language that was already disposed of yesterday afternoon. Specifically, I request reconsideration of the language at page 58, lines 25 and 26. If we could bring that up, fine, but the language reads as follows. We oppose risk management agency.
One moment, delegate. Is there a second to the motion to reconsider that section, page 58, lines 25 and 26? Was the delegate on the prevailing side of that vote earlier to accept that section? He was on the prevailing side. As such, the vote to reconsider, or the motion to reconsider, requires a majority vote. And as such, we will move to a vote. All those in favor of reconsidering lines 25 and 26 on page 58, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to reconsider carries. Division has been called. You've got your clickers. Time to dust them off. We've got someone without a clicker back there. Anyone missing a clicker at this point? Please raise your hand if you don't have a clicker yet.
Mr. Chairman,
The delegate at the center.
allowed to do so, I could provide some context for this motion.
That's out of order. We will vote in just a moment once clickers have been fully distributed. All right, you've got your clickers. All those in favor, so I'll state your options again here. So in a moment, we'll vote. If you'd like to reconsider the section, lines 25 and 26 on page 58, you'd vote aye or press A. If you don't want to reconsider that section, you'd press B for no. So I'll say it again. All those in favor of reconsidering the sections, lines 25 and 26 on page 58, you'll press A, and if you are against that motion to reconsider, you'll press B. Vote now. Motion to reconsider fails.
Back to where we were. I now offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 69, line 23, to page 72, line 27, no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 69, line 23, all of page 70, all of page 71, and the balance of page 72. Is there a second? Is there debate on the motion to accept the language?
Yes. Hello.
Delegate to my left.
Katie Nixon from Missouri. Jill Elmers from Kansas. We have an addition or a change in the language, lines 11 through 14 that we sent. Oh, the first page, 69.
So the page 11, or excuse me, line, please state the line again.
Line 11 through 14. I believe we have
That's out of
paper
order.
to distribute.
Order closed.
That motion is out of order. Oh, okay.
Okay, then it's,
Stand corrected. Can the Secretariat provide the language on screen?
The screen lines are different than the book lines.
Yeah, keep in mind that the lines you see on screen do not reflect those of the book because we've been changing stuff.
It's 20, in the book it's 25 to 28.
There we go. So page 69, line 25 to line 28. Okay. We'll get that up on screen in a moment here.
I believe the paper.
Is there a second to the motion? It has been seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. We just recommend that the language is stricken and is replaced by the National Farmers Union recognizes the importance of protecting the integrity and strength of the USDA National Organic Program and its value to organic family farming. And the reason I suggest that is because this section is for specifically talking about the National Organic Program and not for defining organic agriculture.
Further debate on the motion to amend by inserting the language as seen on screen. The delegate approaching the center microphone.
Robert Thompson from Oklahoma, and I would like to inquire of the policy committee if this language was presented to the committee for their consideration.
The committee has informed me that this language was not presented before the committee. Is there further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. The motion is to amend the language by inserting the sentence seen on screen in bold and underlined. All those in favor of inserting this language signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Division has been called. Get those clickers ready. There we go. Again, the motion is to insert the language as seen on screen in bold. All those in favor of inserting the language will vote yes or aye by pressing A, and those opposed will vote no by pressing B. I'll try to make this sound ominous again. Vote now. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Is there further debate on the motion to accept the language, page 69, line 22, through page 72, line 27, with the amendment? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. The language is accepted.
this now concludes Article 1 and also concludes my time up here. But I appreciate your indulgence. I've had a lot of fun. And I wanted to mention before I turn it over to my next person, This policy committee has been great to work with this year. I thank them very much for putting up with me. But I got word this morning that we had a bad flood back in my hometown. Yeah, caused $1 million worth of improvements. It's my pleasure to introduce Bryn Bird from Ohio. Bryn farms in Licking County, Ohio, a graduate of NFU's Beginning Farmer Institute. She is a mixed produce grower and has been farming since 1995. Bryn serves on the board of the Ohio Farmers Union and president of the Ohio Ecological Food and Farm Association. She has served as an elected township trustee since 2018. Please join me in welcoming Bryn Bird.
Okay. I offer.
Welcome.
Oh.
Welcome.
Oh, hi.
How's it going?
I don't have jokes.
No jokes?
I'm not funny.
Oh.
I know.
We'll keep thinking. We'll have a little time here, I think. So.
I have no good jokes.
Okay.
Now
Go
can I-
ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you.
Unless you have a joke. No, we know you do, Melanie.
Melon will be up here later. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 73, line 1, through page 76, line 25, with no amendment.
It's been offered for consideration of the body, the language on page 73, 74, 75, and 76. Is there a motion to accept this language? Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to accept the language, the entirety of Article 2. Delegate at the center microphone.
Yeah, Mr. Madam Chair, page 74, lines.
Name and state, please.
Winter, Minnesota.
We knew that,
Page
but it's always good to be
line
sure.
3031. I'd like to reinstate the strict language that's on that page.
The motion is to reinsert the language on lines 30 and 31 of page 74. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to reinsert the language on lines 30 and 31 on page 74. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. The issue of genetically modified crops that are being fed to livestock still has a lot of work to be done as far as looking at how it impacts the animals and the food that comes off of those animals or out of those fields, that people are ingesting. And so with the time that we've had those products being fed to our livestock, I think there needs to be some ongoing research, to see if there's any real problems or challenges, to what it does to people. And the basic reason I bring this up, because when I was in Seattle at the WTO meetings, back many years ago, one of the key concerns that we had, was what it was going to do. And we asked some of those officials from other countries, and they said, well, we're going to let you guys in United States, you guys use that on your livestock and you eat that. And then after 20 or 30 years, we'll find out whether it really has any impact on us, but we're not going to do it. So I think we need to kind of keep an eye on that, so we're not just, going down the path that may be a problem for us, for our children and for our grandchildren.
Further debate on the motion to insert language on page 74, lines 30 and 31. The delegate at the center microphone.
Keith Dietrich, Nebraska. I would be in support of reinstating that as well, although, of course, our operation is heavy biotechnology users. At the same time, I understand eternal vigilance and is necessary in a lot of technology and a lot of things we do. So just trusting companies that manufacture it may not always be the wisest thing. Thus, I'd be in support of reinstating. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion to insert language on lines 30 and 31 on page 74. I see a delegate approaching the mic, whose name is also Mike.
Michael Kovach, Pennsylvania. I rise in support of this, adding this back in as well. Livestock farmer, I'd like to know for sure that all that extra that I spent on non-GMO feed is worth it.
Further debate on the motion to insert language at the bottom of page 74. Seeing no one approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of inserting the language as seen on screen at the bottom of line on page 74, lines 30 and 31, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Now, considering the language from page 73, line 1 through page 76, line 25, is there further debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the entirety of Article 2, Family Farmers and Technology, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 77, line 1, through page 81, line 14. No addendums.
No addendums. Okay.
My section's boring.
Oh. So, the motion is to accept the language, the language that has been offered is to accept page 77, 78, 79, 80, and the first 14 lines of page 81. Is there a motion to accept this language? Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to accept the language. Is there any debate? I can hear everyone reading right now. It's good. Seeing no delegates approaching the microphones, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language on page 77, 78, 79, 80, and the first 14 lines of page 81, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Okay. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 81, line 15, through page 82. No addendums.
It's been offered to the delegates to accept the language on page 81, lines 15 and on, and the remainder of page 82. Is there a motion? And a second? Is there any debate? Seeing no delegates approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
All right. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 83, line 1, through page 86, line 28. No addendums.
It's been offered to the body to accept the language on page 83, 84, 85, and page 86 through line 28. Is there a motion to do so? And a second? Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language on page 83, starting at line 1, through page 86, line 28. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 86, line 29, through page 89, line 14. No addendums.
You've heard the recommendation to accept the language on page 86, line 29, all of page 87, 88, and the first 14 lines of page 89. Is there a motion? And a second? Is there debate? Seeing no one approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this language, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
We're getting right through it.
Yeah.
Okay. I offer for consideration of the body on page 89, line 14 through page 91, line 30. No addendums.
The recommendation is to accept the language on page 89, line 15 through page 91, line 30. Is there a motion? And a second? Is there debate? Seeing no delegates rising, we shall proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language on page 89, line 15 through page 91, line 30, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
All right. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 92, line 1 through page 95, line 2. No addendums.
It's been offered to the delegates to accept the language on page 92, 93, 94, and the first two lines of page 95. Is there a motion? And a second? Is there any debate?
We're an agreeable bunch.
Seeing no delegates rising, we'll proceed to vote on the motion to accept the language on page 92, 93, 94, and the first two lines of page 95. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
All right, my last one. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 95, line 3 through page 96. No addendums.
It's been offered for consideration to the delegates to accept the language on 95, line 3, and all of page 96. Is there a motion? And a second? Is there debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the balance of page 95 and all of page 96, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Okay. Well, before I call Philip up, I also wanted to thank the policy committee, especially Melanie and her leadership, and the Ohio delegation for nominating me and letting me come forward. And I hope if anybody has the opportunity to serve on this committee, don't be afraid of what people say and how many hours it is. It's definitely worth it. Farmers Union's totally the most inspiring membership organization that brings all these ideas together. So if you ever have the opportunity, jump at it. So, all right. Time for me to introduce Philip. Philip Neubauer is from Botno, North Dakota. He's the youngest of 4 siblings to grow up on their family farm. He attended North Dakota State University for crop and weed science with a minor in soil science. He's now part of the 5th generation to work on the family farm, growing malting barley, durum, spring wheat, canola, and soybeans. He farms with his parents and brother. Philip has served on the policy committee for North Dakota Farmers Union for the past 2 years. And I wanted to meet his family, so if you're here, come find me at some point.
How's it going, Philip?
It's going pretty good.
All right. We'll see about that. No.
Her section went pretty quick. We'll see how mine goes.
Okay.
Might be a good race. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 97, line 1, through page 99, line 2.
The motion is to accept the language on page 97, 98, and the first two lines of page 99. Is there a second? Is there debate on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language on page 97, 98, and the first two lines of page 99 signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 99, line 3, to page 102, line 7, with no addendum.
The motion is to accept the language on page 99, starting on line 3 through page 102, line 7. Is there a second? Is there debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this language, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 103, line 1, through page 105, line 14, with one addendum.
You've heard the motion to accept page 103, 102, going backwards. My goodness. Page 103, 104, the first 14 lines of page 105, and an addendum on page 104, line 6. Is there a second? Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the language, which again falls on page 103, 104, first 14 lines of page 105, and an addendum on page 104, line 6. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 105, line 15, through page 108, line 19, with two addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 105, line 15, through page 108, line 19. Is there a second? Is there debate? Take your time. Recognize the delegate to my left.
Mason Mungle, Oklahoma. Can you explain on 108, line 19, BLM leasing subsurface mineral rights on private land that they oppose, that in Oklahoma, a lot of the minerals are severed from the surface, but they're owned individually by farmers and mineral owner companies.
It's a request. I'll recognize Charles. Yeah, go. Just take a moment, please. The delegate at the center microphone.
Charles Hibner, Northern New Mexico chapter. When you look back to the Homesteading Act of 1962, where you could homestead 160 acres, you got full mineral rights on that. But whenever you homesteaded, according to the Homesteading Act of 1909, which allowed you to homestead 320 acres, you could only get mineral rights on half of your homestead. Same thing with the 1916 Homesteading Act of 640 acres. You could only get mineral rights on half of that. Those mineral rights were all handed over to the Bureau of Land Management at some point in time. They hold the mineral rights on your private land. So what is happening is, because of the pressure that BLM is getting on trying to lease out oil on their own land, they're trying to lease out land under private land. They're trying to lease out the mineral rights under your own private land. And we had a discussion about that right on our place at one point in time. That's why I think it's important for NFU to take a stand to say that they shouldn't be trying to lease out mineral rights on someone else's land, on private land. You have no right for any compensation other than the damages done to the surface. That's why that was put in, added in.
Delegate to my left. Or
follow up.
Actually, we'll. All right. We'll return. Does that satisfy your question?
Mason Mungle, Oklahoma. When you own land, you own a bundle of sticks. Part of that bundle is the mineral rights. Whoever owns that land, that those mineral rights are available for them to lease out, whether it's BLM or the owner of those mineral rights.
Recognize the delegate to my right.
Steve Child, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. On our ranch, we have some isolated parcels of BLM land that were transferred to private ownership at previous time before we owned the land. And on those BLM parcels, the BLM owns the mineral rights. There are no private individuals or entities owning those mineral rights. All the rest of the land, some of which was original homestead land, is all owned by private individuals. It's been split up, so our family owned part of it, other previous owners owned part of it. But if the BLM, they could come in and lease like a 40-acre piece of land right in the middle of our ranch and lease it to some other company to come in and develop it, and we would have no control over that. So it's very important that we have this in here for, putting restrictions on the BLM leasing of the land. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the motion to accept the language on page 105, line 15 through page 108, line 19 with 2 addenda? Delegate on my left.
Walter Schweitzer from Montana Farmers Union. And in Montana, on my ranch, I don't own the mineral rights. The BLM owns a portion of the mineral rights, but also the state of Montana owns a portion of the mineral rights. So I don't have control whatsoever of what happens below my deeded land. And so I was wondering if we could add state-owned BLM leasing subsurface mineral rights, if we could add BLM or state.
Is the delegate recommending a motion, making a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to add BLM or state. Or state.
The motion is to add the words "or state" on line 19, page 108, as seen on screen. Is there a second? Is there debate on the motion to add this language, recognizing the delegate to my left?
Mason Mungle, Oklahoma. I'd oppose that. In Oklahoma, the School Land Commission owns quite a bit of minerals under land that was given to the school land for schools across the state. Plus, they made loans on land, and when they called in those loans, they kept the minerals. It's a big source of income to the states, and I don't think we're the only state that has School Land Commission land, or minerals and surface. So I would oppose that adding state lands.
Further debate on the motion to amend by adding the words "or state" on line 19 on page 108, as seen on screen. The delegate to my right.
Larry Lee, Illinois Farmers Union. It says private lands, and the school lands are not private lands. They're public lands, are they not? That's not true.
It is private land.
The delegate to my left.
Walter Schweitzer.
Recognized for the second time.
I'm just answering his question, which it is private deeded land that the state owns the mineral rights under.
Further debate on the motion to amend by adding the language as seen on screen. The delegate to my right.
Robert Kylan, North Dakota. Hate to make this any more confusing, but the railroad was granted every other section on 10 miles on each side of a railroad, and they own the mineral rights there too. And sometimes they propose to build a railroad, and they never did, and they still own the mineral rights on 10 miles on each side of the proposed line. So we could go on forever and ever adding on to this, and it's never going to be fair to the landowner because they're never going to get a chance to own those mineral rights because it's a separate entity on that land. It's not the same as your surface rights. Your mineral right owners have the right underneath that ground to do what they want with it, and you can't stop it.
Further debate on the motion to amend by inserting the words "or state" on line 19 of page 108. Seeing no delegates approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of inserting the two words, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Division has been called. Get your clickers. We'll move to an electronic vote. All right, so the question is, if you are in favor of the motion to insert the two words, you'll press A. If you're opposed to the motion, you'll press B. Vote now. Motion fails. The language is not inserted. We'll return to the underlying motion to accept the language on page 105, line 15, through page 108, line 19, with two addendum. Seeing no delegates approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Language is accepted. Oh, let's do one more. Go ahead, Phil.
All right. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 108, line 20, through page 111, line 16, with one addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 108, line 20, through page 111, line 16, with one addendum on page 108, line 31. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language, page 108, line 20, through page 111, line 16, with one addendum, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Now I'd like to welcome Dave Velde.
Well, despite the informal objection by one delegate from North Dakota, I'm back at the chair. So let's have the next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 111, line 17, through page 113, line 29. No addenda.
You've heard the report of the committee, which is to adopt the balance of page 111, all of page 112, and through line 29 on page 113 with no addendum. Is there a motion to adopt? Is there a second? Discussion. Take your time. I recognize the delegate to my left. Mason Mungle, Oklahoma. Thank you. I would move to strike on page 113, line 18, the additions that were made there. We realize that produced water from oil and gas has no current viable alternatives. The thing is that it's what we're finding in Oklahoma, that some of the produced water has a value. Thank you. That water is the surface owner's property, and there is a value to that, that water with lithium and iodine in it.
Thank you. I've been properly advised by the parliamentarian to seek a second. Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion carries. We now have before us this section as amended, going through page 113, line 29. Further discussion? Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Let the record show we're over halfway through our policy statement. Next section.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 113, line 30 to page 115, line 6. No addendum.
You've heard the report of the committee. That is to adopt from page 113 the balance, all of page 114, and the first 6 lines of page 115. May I have a motion to adopt? Thank you. And a second? Thank you. Discussion? I see no one approaching a mic. Therefore, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 115, line 7 through 117, line 10 with one addendum.
You've heard the report of the committee, which is to adopt the balance of page 115, all of page 116, and the first 10 lines of 117 with one addendum. May I have a motion to adopt? Thank you. And a second? Thank you. Discussion? I see a gentleman approaching. Take your time. Center mic.
Good morning, Mark McAfee, California Farmers Union.
Thank you.
As to the inserted addendum, I think it's page 115, line 7, insert new Western States River Basins
Yes.
dialogue. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, very brief one, if possible, if the maker of the motion would be acceptable. And that is to insert new sources and new measures. Nowhere in here to talk about innovations to try to get more water.
Would the delegate be more precise as to where this goes?
It's right in the number 1, U.S. Department of Interior.
Okay. And then restate what you're going to do?
It says preparation of new sources and new measures.
Ah, thank you.
Because sometimes we're flooding in America, but we lack the forward-looking capacity to do something about those floods, gather that water and send it where it's needed. And this is really important dialogue in terms of talking about the Colorado River and where the water's going. California, in rough numbers, feeds about half of the food from America comes from California. And the Western states feed a lot of America. And it's really important that we realize that water feeds that process.
Is there a second to this motion? Okay. Do you wish to explain further?
I think that's basically it. Innovation and new sources is really key because there's places where there's plenty of water in America, but we're not distributing it properly. We need to distribute it, and that's a sources issue, not a measures based on current projected issue. Thank you.
You see the proposed language on the screen that is to be added. Is there further discussion on the motion to amend by including the concept of new sources? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting that additional language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion's carried. We now have this section before us as amended, including the addendum. Hearing only one sneeze, but seeing no one approaching a microphone, all in favor of adopting this section as amended indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 117, line 11 through page 120, line 27, no addendums.
You've heard the report of the committee, which is to adopt the balance of page 117, all of pages 118, 119, and the first 27 lines of page 120. I think we've said it before, but I'll say it again just to ensure clarity. I'm referring to page and line numbers as they appear in the printed booklet you received, which will not coincide with the line numbers you see on the screen because the added or deleted language is affecting the line numbers in the computer text. So the delegate at my center mic.
I would move to add on page line 118, line 9, there's language being passed around.
You're on page 119, line 9?
Yes.
118, line 9. Which?
118, line 9.
Thank you.
It's a new number 11.
Oh, okay. You're adding a new 11 or deleting one?
Adding a new one.
All right, thank you.
Eric Summerfeld, Montana, sorry.
Very good. You were getting good support from your delegation back home.
Yes. This is language.
We need a second. All right, please speak to your motion.
This is language to find different avenues to fund smart or precision spraying systems. These systems reduce pesticide use, they reduce pesticide drift, and will reduce pesticide resistance. The trouble is they're extremely expensive. $200,000 just to add the electronic components onto a regular sprayer. And it's not just broad crops and row crops that this is affected. In orchards, smart spraying systems also are applied to fogging spraying equipment. And again, it reduces the amount of pesticide used. It will reduce the drift and hopefully reduce pesticide resistance problems. I hope for a due pass on this.
Further discussion on the motion to amend by adding a new item 11 as it appears on the screen. Further discussion. Delegate at the center mic.
Eric Doheny, Montana.
Thank you.
See how that's done, Eric? I am also in favor of this amendment. With the growing resistance of pesticides, I think we have a limited amount of time to do everything we can to prolong our chemicals that we have currently. And I think this is a great way, and I don't think we have a lot of time to wait for 5 years for another farm bill or 10 years to try to implement this system that could assist us in many ways. I think the manufacturers will be for it because they want to sell more stuff. I think the environmental side will be for this because we reduce our chemical. And I believe that the chemical manufacturers will be for this because it will buy us some time on the chemical resistance front. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate to my right.
Patrick O'Neill, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I am in support of this amendment. I think it's got applicability for both conventional farms and for organic farmers who are using organic approved pesticides, herbicides specifically. And I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Delegate at the center mic.
Sarah Perry in South Dakota.
Thank you.
I'm got a question if this is the right place. We're talking about regulation.
Well, are you questioning the content of the amendment?
Just where it's being placed.
Fine, proceed.
Where the sections on regulation, and wouldn't this be like classified under, I don't know, where they get the funding, NRCS or something like that? Just if it's in the right location is all I'm questioning.
Does the maker have a comment to the query from the delegate?
Yes, Eric Summerfeld, Montana.
Thank you. Just like a pro, just like a pro.
This seemed to be the best place to put it because there are multiple avenues of potential funding sources. You have the EPA itself. You also have USDA programs. CSP is currently the only one, but I would like to see potentially EQIP added. But again, there's multiple potential directions that this can be applied, and it seemed to be the best place to put it because it's not really an EPA strictly or a USDA strictly, and this talked about pesticides, so that was my idea.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to amend by adding certain language, a new 11 as it appears on the screen. To the question of adding the new language of 11, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. The motion is carried. We now have this section before us as amended. Further discussion. Further discussion. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this language as amended indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 120, line 28 through 123, line 20 with one addendum.
Where did you end? Line what?
Line 20. 23, line 20.
Okay. You've heard the report of the committee, which is to consider the balance of 120, all of 121, 122, and the first 20 lines of 123, and there is one addendum. May I have a motion? And a second. Thank you. Discussion. Discussion. Delegate to my right.
Larry Lee, Illinois Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I've got a question on line 120, line 27, or page 120, line 27.
Yes.
What is 1/4 plague level? Full funding of control of 1/4 plague level and above on insects. Could somebody explain that, please?
That was passed in the last section, Delegate, so the inquiry at this point is out of order. Further discussion. We're going through page 123, line 20, with one addendum. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting that language, including the addendum, indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Next section, please.
I actually get to change out real quick.
All right.
Yeah. I have the pleasure of introducing Paul Neubauer, no relation, that we know of. Paul Neubauer is a first-generation organic farmer and rancher in north central Montana. After graduating from college, he spent several years ranching in various parts of Colorado. Paul is the assistant farm manager at Villas Farms and manages the day-to-day operations of the farm as well as managing his own cattle enterprise, a custom grazing operation. He serves as the president of Cottonwood Local of Montana Farmers Union and as the chair of the board for the Montana Premium Processing Cooperative. Thank you, Paul.
And thank you.
Are you all aware of how bright it is from up here?
Oh, man.
I'm just kidding, just kidding. Just kidding.
Takes a lot of damn nerve to put those sunglasses on up here. Let me tell you, Mike, congratulations.
Give me 1 second.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wow, feeling pretty cool. All right, good to be here. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 123, line 21 through page 126, line 27, with one addendum.
You've heard the report of the committee. That is to adopt the balance of page 123, all of page 124, 125, and the first 27 lines of 126 with one addendum. May I have a motion to adopt? And a second. Thank you. Delegate at the center. Oh, at the far right. We'll start there.
Good morning. Rob Davies, Illinois Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to insert additional language on page 125, line 11. This has to do with carbon sequestration. I guess there's, for some context, the Heartland Greenway CO2 pipeline, the Navigator pipeline.
We need a second on this.
Second.
Thank you. Proceed.
The Navigator pipeline is a reality for Illinois. I don't know how it's going to pan out, but it's impacting 13 counties across our state. They've been trying to find a place to store this carbon underground, and it's creating all kinds of issues, safety concerns, eminent domain, county payoffs. There's no end point really to it yet, and it's taking a bit of a spiderweb approach. To us, this is something that is a fairness for farmers and rural communities issue. So with that in mind, we'd like to amend the language or insert language on line 11, which now reads research and development of carbon capture and storage facilities, with the understanding that landowners will not share in the risks and liabilities associated with CCS. What we'd like to add is with the understanding that affected landowners and farmers will be the beneficiaries of tax credits associated with CCS.
All right. I need to interrupt you. Please tell me the page and line number from the book that you intend to amend.
Page 125, line 11.
The Secretariat is confused as to the location of your amendment.
It would be an addition in line 11, which now ends with the, I guess, liabilities associated with CCS.
Paragraph 11, not line 11. All right.
Paragraph 11.
Yes, all right. Is the Secretariat okay with the location now? All right, let's give it a moment to get the language up there. Do you wish to comment further on your proposed amendment?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Are you on this amendment? Please, center mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Mansky from Iowa. I'd like to speak in favor of this for a little bit of a context. When it comes to wind easements, farmers are paid usually over a 30-year time span. With the pipeline companies are only paying crop damage, and that's it. So the farmer that actually has the pipeline running underneath their land is not compensated with the tax credits. So I see this as just like my colleague from Illinois, a fairness for farmers issue.
Thank you. Does the language appear on the screen as you wish it?
Yes, sir.
Further discussion on the motion to amend by adding certain language. All in favor of adopting this new language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion carried. We now have this section before us as amended. Going through page 126, line 27. Oh, the delegate at the center mic, excuse me.
Hi. Tessa Parks, Minnesota.
Thank you.
I would move that on page 124,
Yes.
line 17, we edit the language from its actual and potential impacts to its impacts, comma, current and future.
Is there a second? All right. Offer your comments to your amendment, please. And make sure the Secretariat has the language.
Okay. Strike actual and potential.
And insert in lieu thereof.
After impacts, current and future.
So it determine its impact, current and future would be how it would read.
Yes.
All right, speak to your motion.
By updating this language, we remove a tone of skepticism towards climate change's impacts.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting this change indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Further discussion on this section as amended. I recognize the delegate at the center mic.
Hannah Bernhardt, Minnesota Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I move to amend page 126, line 5.
126, line 5. What are you going to do there?
After USDA's Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities Initiative,
Yes.
insert and efforts to promote price transparency in these developing markets.
Is there a second? Thank you. Comment to your amendment.
As Secretary Vilsack mentioned yesterday, this initiative includes 141 projects totaling $3.1 billion. It's a historic investment to find a way to make these new markets work. But if there's no price transparency, farmers will still be left wondering if they're going to get a fair deal. And if this industry eventually consolidates, like some of others we're familiar with, and we might end up with only two controlling 80% of the market, we're gonna know that price transparency is gonna be an issue for farmers.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting the language as proposed indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. We now have this section before us as amended. I recognize the delegate at the center mic.
Hannah Bernhardt, Minnesota Farmers Union. I move to amend page 126, line 9. After the swift implementation of the Growing Climate Solutions Act,
Yes.
insert and other carbon market regulations to protect the interests of family farmers.
Is there a second? Thank you. Speak to your motion.
I've been a part of the National Farmers Union Climate Change Policy Advisory Panel, as well as on the Minnesota Farmers Union's work with the Farmers Legal Action Group to create a farmer's guide to carbon market contracts. And what we're really learning is that there's still so many unknowns in carbon markets. And while this is another historic action to help farmers get paid for practices to sequester carbon, if we're not vigilant, we know that these companies who stand to profit will be the ones making the rules, and those likely won't be in the best interest of farmers.
Further discussion on the motion to amend by adding certain language. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Further discussion on this language as amended. I see a delegate approaching on my right. That's all right. We're gonna wait. It's okay.
Kyler Brown, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union.
Thank you.
Where the kind delegate just suggested her suggestion on page 126, line 9, I would like to add ecosystem markets after and carbon or.
What now? Try it again.
Carbon and ecosystem.
So you're adding the phrase "and ecosystem," is that right?
Oh, ecosystem services. Sorry.
A 3-word amendment, "and ecosystem services," is that right?
Sure.
No, it's your language.
I'm doing this on the fly. The confidence is weak, okay? I got a joke though, but
No, we want to get the language first, yeah. Are you all right?
Yes.
That is to say, are you satisfied with the...
The therapist says I am not all right, but don't ask my wife. Yes.
Let's see, we probably should have a second here. Oh, good. Someone with nerve enough to do that. Okay. Do you wish to speak to your amendment?
In the western arid west, carbon is not going to be what we are paid on. We are going to be paid on clean water, clean air, and other things. And so we also would like some regulation in these areas because we think farmers are going to be disadvantaged. And so those marketplaces need protection as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to amend by adding "and ecosystem services" as you see it on the board, highlighted in yellow. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this addition indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. We have this section before us as amended. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 126, line 28, through page 129, line 12, with 3 addenda.
You have heard the recommendation from the committee, that is to approve the balance of page 126, all of page 127, all of page 128, and the first 12 lines of 129 with 3 addendum. Is there a motion to adopt? Thank you. Is there a second? For discussion. Discussion. 3 addendum. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 129, line 13, through page 132, line 27, no addenda.
You've heard the report of the committee. Balance of page 129, all of pages 130 and 131, through line 27 on page 132. May I have a motion to adopt this language? Thank you. And a second. Thank you. Discussion. Discussion. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 132, line 28, through page 135, line 31, no addenda.
You've heard the report of the committee, the balance of page 132, all of pages 133 and 134, and through line 31 on page 135. May I have a motion to adopt, please? And a second. Thank you. Discussion on this language. Discussion on this language. Seeing none, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 135, line 32, to page 137, line 24, with 1 addendum.
You've heard the report of the committee. That is the balance of 135, all of 136, and all of 137, including 1 addendum. May I have a motion to adopt this language? And a second? Thank you. Discussion. Delegate at the center mic.
Eric Summerfeld, Montana.
Thank you.
I have a change to be made. I would like to strike the addenda. I would also like to strike on page 136, lines 29 and 30, and insert new language in that spot.
Is there a second to the gentleman's motion? All right. Speak to it, and then we'll confirm that we have the language right, Delegate.
Yes. Rather than an opposed statement, I turned it into a support statement. And I will use the example from Montana of the greater sage grouse. In Montana, the federal government, state government, and private entities, whether it was oil and gas companies or defenders of wildlife and that sort of groups, have worked together to develop management plans. And with that plan, the sage grouse has gotten to the point where it's recovered, and there's actually a hunting season for that animal again in Montana. So, and it must be a good one because the oil guys don't like it and the wildlife guys don't like it. So I'm guessing it must be a pretty good one. I worked with Rocky on this language and they liked it as well. So I think this is a good language.
Okay, let me ask you this. It's my understanding what you want to do is remove the changes suggested in the addendum and further to delete lines 29 and 30 on printed page 136. Am I right?
That is correct.
All right. Is there further discussion on this motion to amend? And insert, excuse me, yes, I'm sorry. And insert the language on the screen. And will the delegate confirm the accuracy of the language on the screen? Eric? Thank you. It's as the maker wishes it. The delegate to my far right. Go to the mic.
It needs to be pulled out of that subsection and made a 0.6. There's points 1 through 5 right now above it. Oh, and then prairie dog.
There you go.
But it should be its own 0.6 in the support.
You mean number 6 or
Yeah,
Roman
number
numeral
6.
6? Number 6.
Number 6, not Roman numeral 6.
Thank you. Let's confirm again that it's as you wish it on the screen before we proceed with disposition.
Other than it should be a number 6, it should be pulled out of that subsection and just be one of the we supports.
Right.
So get rid of the and turn it into a number, the numeral 6.
Okay, it's understood by the Secretariat. Delegate to my right.
Mark Watney, North Dakota.
Thank you.
A little bit of curiosity, for those of us that have prairie dogs all over the place, I like this language better, but I'm not wondering who thinks they need to be on the endangered list. They go out and vacuum them up, we'll send you as many as you want. Yeah, you can come and take them, we'll give them away. But is there somebody that really thinks they're endangered? If not, let's just get prairie dogs out of there. I like the new language, but let's just get prairie dogs out of there. That's my motion.
We have a motion to remove prairie dogs. Is there a second to that? Do you wish to speak further to your motion to remove, okay? Are you on the motion to remove prairie dogs?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Roy Faltzgraff, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union.
Thank you.
There are groups that are trying to protect certain species of prairie dogs. And it's, first of all, there are multiple species of prairie dogs. And they see certain species are getting low in number, which I'm fine with. But they're not, and so we need to be able to stand up and say, hold it, prairie dog's a prairie dog.
Are you speaking in opposition to the pending motion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Everybody understand the motion before the body?
Yeah, but I'm over here.
Yes, God.
There you go. So I was just contemplating.
Who might you be, really?
Well, I haven't got to that point yet. Right now, I was just Okay, Don Teskey, Kansas.
Thank you, sir.
I was just evaluating earlier that Mike made a Mike joke about a mic going to a mic, and I thought that could be taught in English class. But anyhow.
To the point at hand, sir.
I am speaking in opposition to eliminating these words, so my colleague in North Dakota, they must all get along really great up there, but this is a huge war in Kansas, and I fight this every year in the Topeka legislature. And there are groups that are trying to get the prairie dogs listed on the endangered species, and so my mortal enemies in Kansas is the Kansas Livestock Association, and they're leading the charge to aggressively, proactively, voluntarily manage them rather than get them listed on the endangered species. So it's a real deal in Kansas, so I'll vote in opposition.
Thank you, sir. Delegate at the center mic.
Melissa Wanenberg, South Dakota. There are lands in South Dakota where prairie dogs are on the protected list, and so our neighbors are not taking care of them. Or if we are on some of that land, we are not able to take care of the prairie dog problem, and it is then becoming our problem. We have several places on our ranch that are now basically bare ground due to the prairie dog problem in South Dakota. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. The pending question before the body is the removal of reference to the prairie dog in the amendment. Everybody clear? Ready for the question? All in favor of the amendment to remove reference to prairie dog indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Nay. Motion to amend fails. We have this section before us. Further discussion? Yes, the amendment. Seeing no one approaching the mic. Oh, excuse me. Delegate at the center mic.
Rachel Kipley, South Dakota.
Thank you.
Just wondered if I could offer an amendment to insert the word certain before prairie and populations after dogs.
Okay, so give me a page and line number, please.
Be line number.
You can work off the screen up here if you'd like.
You got it. 15 right there. Certain prairie dog populations.
As always, the Secretariat is ahead of me. Thank you. Is there a second? Do you wish to speak further to your amendment or not? Okay, further discussion on the amendment. The center mic.
Oh, Jackson, Oklahoma. Got that right, Dave?
Yes, you did.
So I rise in support of that additional language, and the lesser, to the broader perspective, I know it's not speaking to that, or I am speaking to that now, but the lesser prairie chicken, the work that's been done by landowners has worked in northwest Oklahoma, although I do wonder why we need to protect the lesser prairie chicken when it's smart enough to fly over a fence, so.
Further discussion on the motion to amend by adding certain language that's in bold. Seeing no one else approaching a mic, all in favor of adding that language indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. We now have the amendment before us. Further discussion. Seeing none, all in favor of adopting the amendment indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries. We now have. Yeah. So now we have the main motion as amended through the end of page 137 with one addendum. No addendums, that was deleted. Excuse me, apologize to the body. Through page 137. All in favor of adopting that language indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Next section, please.
Before we move on to the next section, it's my pleasure to introduce the next member of the Policy Committee, although a bit of a disappointment for me to leave so soon. From Oklahoma, my colleague Jordan Shearer is a fourth-generation farmer and rancher, and I kid you not, his nearest town is called Slapout.
It was just a cough. It was.
One wonders who was slapped out. He has a cow-calf operation and raises wheat and sorghum, a crop he's very passionate about. Jordan also works for a bank as a lender for agricultural and commercial loans. He's one of the good ones. And Jordan previously served as executive director of the Oklahoma, Colorado, and New Mexico Sorghum Associations, and as a project director for the Oklahoma Association of Conservation Districts. He serves on the Harper County Farmers Union Board of Directors. He's also a great gentleman and pretty funny, so I hope you all have a good time with his leadership. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome, and next section, please.
Well, it's good to be here. I think I'm the first delegate from Slapout to ever be approaching the lectern.
Oh, excuse me? Delegate at the center mic.
Tina Hinchley, Wisconsin.
Yes.
I would kindly like to request that we reopen on page 20 in number 30, directing benefits, protection to family farms.
All right, 1 second. I want to get there. On page 20 of the printed?
Correct.
And you want to direct the attention to what section? What line?
I think it's 30. I'm going to yield my time to Michael Slattery from Wisconsin.
We first need to approve the reconsideration. Give me a one-sentence statement what you intend to do.
It's the prohibition of program, Roman numeral 3 I's.
Is there a second to reopening this section? And you had voted on the prevailing side initially?
Yes.
All in favor of reopening this section to address issues of foreign ownership or alien ownership indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. The motion fails. We have, now, next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 138, line 1 through page 141, line 13, with no addenda.
You've heard the report of the committee, which is to adopt pages 138, 139, 140, and through line 13 on page 141. May I have a motion to approve? Thank you, and a second? Thank you. Discussion. Discussion. Energy in the family farm, objectives, petroleum supply, etc. Through page 141, line 13. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 141, line 14, through page 144, line 3, with no addenda.
You've heard the report of the committee, which is to adopt the balance of page 141, all of pages 142 and 143, and through line 3 on page 144 with no addendum. Is there a motion? Thank you. And a second? Discussion. Seeing no one approaching a mic, all in favor of adopting this language indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Next section, please.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 144, line 4, through page 147, line 18, with no addenda.
You've heard the report of the committee, which is the balance of page 144, all of page 145, 146, and through line 18 of 147 with no addendum. May I have a motion, please? Thank you. And a second? Thank you. Delegate at the center mic.
Mike Carberry, Iowa.
Thank you.
We used to be first in the nation. Now we're
in the back of the room. I'm not sure if that's what that says about Iowa. I'm rise to propose 2 amendments to this section.
All right, let's take the first one. What page and line?
Well, it's actually one. It's page 147, new line after line 13.
Yes, sir. What do you want to do?
It says, this is under we support net metering from utilities so farmers receive a fair price for their farmer-generated electricity. The next line is virtual net metering from utilities so farmers can aggregate multiple electric meter usage onto one account so net metering can offset all electrical usage on one farm.
Is there a second to this motion? Now, speak to your motion.
Yes, when you have farmer-generated electricity from small wind or small solar distributed, if you don't get net metering, which is the price you pay the utility for your electricity, then they pay you avoided cost, which is usually about 2 cents a kilowatt hour, as opposed to, say, 12 cents a kilowatt hour. It takes 5 to 6 times longer to pay off your renewable energy appliance, and you're really not making much money, and you're not doing well. The second part is that most farms have more than one electrical meter, and right now you're only able to offset 1 meter with your solar array or your wind turbine, and not all of them.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. Delegate to my right.
Mark Watney, North Dakota Farmers Union.
Thank you.
Well, I certainly appreciate what they're attempting to do here, but keep in mind, in many of our states, same farmers that farm the land that would have adding some of this product that you're trying to get paid for own the rural electric systems in our state. And those rural electric systems are the ones that are providing us the power, all the infrastructure, everything so we can access the ability to put electricity back on the line if we want to add solar or wind or whatever. If you allow net metering, what you're going to do is you're going to increase the cost to everybody in the rural electric system because somebody's got to pay for what they do with the excess amount of electricity they're buying back, especially in an area in the state when you have too much power already. So to think that this is going to help, it may help a few, but it's actually going to hurt the rest of the people on them line. It's really kind of an anti-cooperative method that we're looking at here. We oppose net metering. It just does not work, and it's going to cost everybody a lot, and a few may gain. But at the end of the day, our rural electrics are going to suffer because we have to build the infrastructure, maintain the infrastructure, and then we got to pay more than the wholesale rate. So we cannot support this.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. Delegate at the center mic.
Eric Doheny, Montana.
Thank you.
I'm speaking in support of this. Net metering is important. Renewables are coming so slowly in rural America. This isn't going to torpedo our cooperatives, and I think they need a little kick in the butt to help us out to get this on all the farms.
Further discussion. Delegate to my right.
Steve Child, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I have the good fortune of living in an area with Holy Cross Energy as our rural electric cooperative. They totally support renewable energy. They support net metering. They are divesting themselves of their ownership in coal plants for producing electricity. They give us a patronage refund every year. It's been a really good system. I totally support net metering, and I also would very much support being able to aggregate the different meters on one property and be able to get credit from like a solar array. It would be better to put one solar array in a good location on a property and not have multiple ones on various locations near the meters. Doesn't make sense. So I stand in support of this amendment that's proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate at the center mic.
Doug Sumke, South Dakota.
Thank you.
I rise in opposition to this amendment simply because, like my friend from North Dakota stated, our co-ops are doing the best they can as far as the renewable energy. And we have not only your local co-op, but your regional and the size of Basin Electric, for instance, that delivered energy across the country. They're doing everything they can, and this is an anti-cooperative move. If you wanted to change this to say against a private industry electric company, I can understand that, but this would be a detriment to our co-ops.
Delegate to my left.
Indiana, or Michael Morrow from Indiana Farmers Union.
Thank you.
So I actually brought this up last year, and I rise in support of this motion this year. And over the year, I have invested over $30,000 in solar for my farm. And so when we talk about a cooperative movement and a cooperative involvement, you got to take all the cooperative members' investment in that as well. So we're all talking about making that investment as an individual farmer to help the good of the cooperative. Well, all I'm saying is that right now I'm getting paid 3 cents for every 13 cents that they charge me per kilowatt hour. And so I'm not asking for, complete net metering, because I understand that cooperative still has some, but I'm looking to be paid close to 1-to-1 for what I'm producing for the $30,000 of my individual support into the co-op, because I'm not able to put that energy into a battery pack and keep that for days on end. These energy is not able to be moved around the farm as easily as it is to be moved around from where I put it from my grid through my meter base back onto the co-op for somebody else in the co-op to be able to utilize at that time. And right now I'm maybe putting 20 kilowatt hours back onto the grid. We can take a little trickle back onto the grid and be able to utilize that for the greater good. And like they were talking about, decreasing utilization of carbon burning energy as well, whether it's coal, natural gas, so on and so forth. So thank you.
Delegate at the center mic, and then to my right after that.
Darren Van Ruden, Wisconsin Farmers
Thank you.
Union. I'm right here to say I'm in support of this. In Wisconsin, most of our renewable energy that is being generated right now at the cooperative level is net metered. So we're not seeing the expansion of renewables in those non-net metering areas. So I'd certainly like to see that happen. And our cooperatives are making money doing this. So, I sympathize with our folks from North and South Dakota that are not making money that way. But certainly it's something that can generate an income to our farmers.
Delegate to my right.
Roy Falsgraf, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I'd like to point out that there are other places in our policy that we support net metering. It doesn't as specific as this, so this is actually a good addition. We have solar at our place, and the net metering gives us that opportunity to actually trade 1-for-1 on used power versus produced power. And I'd like to point out that the electric company is paying somebody wholesale rate. Why can't they pay someone local? We talk about buying local for everything else. Why can't we buy local on electricity? So I stand in support of the addition that's here.
Delegate at the center mic, are you on this point? Please, the floor is yours.
Keith Dietrich, Nebraska. I appreciate the concern for net metering regarding utility cooperatives, but quantifiers for me would be, is the renewable energy, is the energy we're talking about diverse, decentralized, and renewable? And I would concur that what we were talking about here moves us further towards that. So I would be in support of this language. I would also be in support of the language because electricity, renewable electricity from the farm is just another source of energy, such as ethanol, which our corn is moving today to an ethanol plant, but we are also wind producers as well, and we need to have both and support both. Thus, net metering is a concept that our rural cooperatives can adopt and adapt to. Thank you.
Delegate at the center mic.
Yes, George Davis, California.
Thank you.
On our farm, we have 5 meters. In 2 locations, we have solar panels. Because we don't get credit on those other 3 meters, we are disincentivized from increasing the solar panel arrays we have. So if we're going to increase solar, we need to have net metering. Given that that is our goal, we have a problem with transmission lines, which are the responsibility of co-ops and public utilities. We have to upgrade those as well. There was a time when memory of my family when our telephone wires were strung very thinly in times where things were tight. We even had transmission over barbed wire fences. We had to upgrade. We have to upgrade our public utility structures and our co-ops. It's a separate issue, and it has to be addressed if we're going to move forward with energy. Thank you.
Delegate at the center mic.
Tall people here. Gary Wordish, Minnesota.
Thank you.
I speak in support of the language here. Minnesota, we do have net metering, and it has worked out very well. I actually have a solar array on my farm. Doesn't supply all of my energy, but it supplies part of it. And you know, we talk about our concentration in the meatpacking industry. This is another way. Most of this is targeted directly, would help family farmers. Getting more smaller, diversified solar arrays on their farms, help them supplement the REAs. We have some REAs that are very easy to work with on getting renewable energy projects on the lines, and we have some that very much oppose it. We have the biggest supplier of energy, or XL Energy, shutting down coal plants. And in the one plant they're shutting down, they're going to turn the whole into a solar array. You know, we're going to be at the same thing. If we don't, the net metering would allow more farmers to actively participate. Otherwise, we're going to end up with large corporations owning all the solar arrays, and we're going to be left out again. So I speak in support of it, and it has worked well.
Delegate at the center mic. He has spoken once. We'll get through everybody first, and then repeats.
John Hanson, Nebraska. You heard that, Mark? I just wanted to make sure. Yeah. So the net metering law that's in Nebraska is the law that the Nebraska Farmers Union brought to one of our members who served in the Nebraska legislature. It was a long fought and well negotiated settlement between the REAs and us and the folks who are supporting renewable energy. So what is interesting in all of this as we look at net metering in our state is that our friends, the rural electric cooperatives and associations, believe that this is the end of civilization as we know it, should we have net metering. And yet the larger owned, and we're in our state, we're all publicly owned utilities. We're the only 100% public power state in the country. Yet our larger utilities go, this is actually a bargain for us to do more of this, because it actually, based on where it comes on the line and what it does, it's not a cost, it's actually a benefit to the overall system. So in our public power state, our public power entities are split. But the one thing that's not split is that overall, whether they be small or whether they be medium or whether they be larger hog units or some of the larger contract producers, all of those folks who actually are the owners of the REA system, are telling their public power system that represents them that we want net metering. So here we are undermining the affinity of our own public power system by ignoring what it is that the owners want. So I'm in strong support of this amendment, and as an organization that supports renewable energy, this is farmer-owned renewable energy.
Delegate to my left.
Paul Jackson from Oklahoma. I would
Thank you.
inquire of the committee before I speak as to whether this was brought to the committee or not, and if the committee took action.
Is the answer, it was.
Okay, thank you. And so the committee decided not to take it up. So Paul Jackson, Oklahoma. So a number of years ago, I had to reflect on this a little bit because I don't want to tear down the very system that's provided the opportunity for us in rural America. I work for the National Rural Water Association, which represents small water utilities across the country, and very much a similar situation potentially could exist here, that the regulations had got so bad and they were requiring that on rural water systems that eventually people began to come off the systems because they couldn't afford the value, or they couldn't pay the electricity price or the water price. So I hope that, and my point to the EPA administrator at the time was, I hope I don't have to go back to holding the light as my dad primed the pump years ago. So I'm a little concerned to what if we continue to put things on the co-ops, what that will do to the infrastructure at the end of the day. And quite frankly, I don't want to try to read under a lamp in the dark. Thank you, sir.
Delegate at the center mic.
Certainly, Harmon Wiltz from Minnesota, and I 100% supportive of rural electric co-ops. I just wanted to tell my story. About 10 years ago, we wanted to be involved in wind and solar, and it just wasn't feasible, the MISO things and so forth on a big solar level. So we decided to put our own 2 20 kW wind solars up, and our local rural co-op was acceptable to work with, but instead of getting a bill for $800 to put in my unit to bring electricity, it was $5,200 because it was green power. So I did pay a good chunk of money to get that through, and I am each month paying about $60 a month for that meter unit as well. So we are paying our way, and so they were kind of fighting us tooth and nail a little bit until we said, you know, how much you're going to pay us the net metering, and in Minnesota the law is 20 kW. So this isn't for big stuff. This is for small generation on your farm to generate some electricity to help out the grid and yourself and the environment from that perspective. So at that point in time, we are paying our way. They began to really talk to us when I learned that, hey, there's a lot of times where they're paying 30 cents a kilowatt hour in the peak times. They are paying me about 10 cents. So if I didn't have net metering, they would negotiate about 3 cents to me, which would not even come close to feasibility of putting the smaller wind generators or your solar up. So I look at it this way, that I'm paying my way on the lines, and yes, I am getting the net metering piece, but they're also making money off me as well. So it's really a win-win situation. I do think this is an opportunity for the rural electric co-ops to step up and get involved and help more of this, because they could make money off the deal too. So thank you.
Delegate at the center mic.
Michael Kovach, Pennsylvania Farmers Union. I
Thank
raise
you.
strong support of the language with provision that in some circumstances where it's more sparsely populated, I can understand it would be a hardship to the co-op. So I'd offer a friendly amendment to this language to preclude harm to a co-op or a community or a grid or whatever you like. And I'd say maybe just add on the front of it, except in circumstances where it causes financial difficulty to rural electric co-ops or family farms in general. And then just go ahead.
Michael, you're an experienced delegate. What language do you want?
That's what I would say. Except in circumstances wherein net metering causes harm to rural electric co-ops or family farm electrical grids, local, regional electrical grids.
Is there a second to this? Do you wish to speak further to your motion?
No, sir, I think that about does it.
Help the Secretariat with the language, please.
Or regional family farm electrical grids. Except in circumstances.
As in accepting as in exclusion.
Correct.
Now,
So then we stand in support of net metering otherwise.
the debate hereafter will be as to the amendment that has just been offered. We need a second. All right. Delegate at the center mic.
Yeah, Harmon Wiltz of Minnesota speaking. I'm highly against this because if we really want net metering, we have to have net metering. This gives my local co-op a pretty easy way to get out of it. Very easy, very simple. It doesn't take many ways to talk about a simple way to get out of net metering. So I think if you put this in here, you've given them a license to not have any net metering, because if I'm my local co-op, I can find a way to have something that'd be a bit of a hardship. So I think you're kind of speaking against what you want here, and I would highly oppose this.
Further discussion on the motion to amend with the exception language. Delegate for the first time on this amendment.
Yes, Mike Carberry, Iowa. I would agree with the previous speaker that this basically guts the amendment and gives an easy out to rural electric co-ops, which we support. But in the state of Iowa, we mandate the investor-owned utilities have net metering, and they are making record profits. I believe that rural electric co-ops and municipal electric co-ops and also investor-owned utilities should all be able to support net metering without harm. Thank you.
I thank the delegate. I see two. Are you on this amendment? Please, the floor is yours.
Justin Sherlock, North Dakota. I oppose, I support this language, and just because mostly for the reason that I guess I have to ask all of you, if you're talking about forcing your co-op to do something, you own the co-op. So you better be going to your annual meetings and electing directors then that support what you want at your co-op meetings. And so we have to support the co-ops. If you don't like what they're doing, elect different directors. Don't sit on the outside and try to have us tell your co-ops what to do. You own that co-op. Do it from within the right way. And so I'm in support of adding this exemption here. Let your co-ops that we own do it through their board and through your ownership, rather than outside organizations telling them what to do.
Delegate speaks in support of the amendment. Delegate to my left. Oh, come on.
Mason Mungle, Oklahoma. Could we have a little clarification on the regional family farm grids, electric grids? When you're talking about grids in Oklahoma, that's a big deal because of the grids that come through and the production and transmission of electricity.
Can someone comment to the delegate's query? In response to the inquiry, yes.
Exactly. I've been in the renewable energy business for 23 years. I'm not sure what a regional family farm electrical grid is. It's kind of like a unicorn. I think, it sounds like a wonderful thing. I just don't know that it exists. The language is.
Does the maker of the motion have any definitional information to provide? You don't have to, just asking. He was being verbally innovative in his amendment process. Does the delegate at the center mic wish to speak to this amendment?
John Hanson, Nebraska Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I think that this amendment guts the whole operation. It lets our REAs and our rural cooperatives just take a walk. And it's a sad state of affairs when our own farmer-owned, our own publicly owned entities are aligning themselves against renewable energy. And I've been doing energy work since the early 70s. The biggest single subsidy in energy world today is the unaccounted for costs of carbon emissions. So let's be honest. And what are those costs? Just take a look at NOAA and look at the data. We're seeing a proliferation of billion-dollar damages from global warming because of the additional carbon that we pump in the air. And so if you look from 80 on, then you see at 2008, not only are we having more of these large extreme weather events, but they are bigger and more intensive. And that's the cost, friends and neighbors, of doing nothing. That's the cost of looking the other way. That's the cost of not stepping up and embracing renewable energy.
Can the dialogue
We ought to vote this down.
get back onto the amendment? So
Yes, because this allows the REAs to walk away from renewable energy. So it's not constructive. And in my view, we as owners in Nebraska, we're all owners of the public power system. Going back to my original point, it's an interesting thing when the best and brightest folks that we work with and the larger utilities see it as an advantage, and the REAs who continue to align themselves with the coal companies oppose it. And when you ignore what your own owners want, you undermine the affinity of your cooperative or your public power system.
I thank the delegate. On this motion,
Yes.
please.
Katie from Missouri.
Thank you.
I oppose the added language. Not all cooperatives are treated equally. We are not accepted into our cooperative dialogue. It's not something that I want to fight my way into. I already work 60 hours a week trying to do other things in the food system, and I would appreciate if the amendment was not adopted in this way, because I want the Farmers Union to work towards better net metering. Thank you.
Senator Mike.
Mr. Chairman, Paul Sobocinski, Minnesota Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I call the question.
Question has been called. Is there a second?
Is he calling the question on just the amendment?
Yes.
Or the amendment to the amendment and the amendment?
You're
Or
the-
the amendment, and the entire section? You have that option at this point. On the amendment and the amendment to the amendment? Or just the amendment?
We're in a second-degree amendment. The question before the body deals with the exception. You can do that one, or you can move up the chain.
You both?
Both?
And all debate on both the amendment to the amendment. We'll vote on that. If this passes, we'd vote on the amendment to the amendment. And then we'd vote on the amendment. And then we would vote on, and then we'd go back to the section. So you're calling the question, you're ending debate on both things. Is that, okay.
Non-debatable. All in favor of...
Do we have a point of order?
Yes, of course.
Clarification. I understand Parley Pro pretty well. I don't believe that you can quite do that. But you're in power and I'm not. So, I mean, I've never seen Parley Pro, I mean, you can limit debate, but to use it as a tool to, because you really have two questions here, and that's why we're having trouble with this amendment, is I agree with the people. This amendment basically kills the purpose of why they wanted it in there. I still don't agree with it, but I don't want to hurt the people, because this amendment basically does what I want to happen.
The question on the table is to call the question, and the person that called the question is requesting to call the question on both the amendment to the amendment and the amendment.
Okay, so my point of order then is you should not have accepted that amendment because it totally changed the direction of the initial intent.
We have not
Amendments
accepted.
cannot do that.
We have.
Amendment can't change the intention of the initial. You cannot reverse something. You can't take a yes to a no, and this is a yes to a no.
So you're saying the amendment to the amendment is reversing the original amendment?
It is. Just ask everybody in the room. So you shouldn't have accepted that in the first place.
Okay.
By accepting that, what you did now is you've allowed a question to be able to be adjusted on two votes without further discussion.
I would ask the maker of the motion if he might consider limiting the previous question to the immediate pending question.
Actually, I do want to take his point of order and run with it, because... So the point of order was called, the person that made the original amendment, the first two here, does the current amendment to the amendment, does that change the language? Who made this? Does this current amendment to the amendment change your language in a way that makes
It
this not?
absolutely does. Mike
Okay.
Carberry, Iowa.
I'm sorry, I did not understand that when you had done that, so that amendment to the amendment is out of order and taken off.
As to the... So the question before the body is the question of ending debate on the amendment that would focus on an exception to cooperatives and farmer grid.
No, because sorry. I'm sorry, this is just, I didn't understand that the amendment to the amendment was against changing the language of the amendments to the point of like a degree. that it,
So
yeah,
what-
and that is out of
what-
order. You cannot have an amendment to an amendment that changes the meaning of the amendment. So that is gone. So on the floor right now is just the amendment as it stands. That's my apology. I did not understand that that was a language issue.
So what's before the body, Mr. Parliamentarian?
For the body is, we do have a call to question on debate. If they wanted to continue with that on the debate on the amendment, we can continue through that.
Which amendment?
The only amendment that's on the floor. It's only this original language is on the floor now.
Point of order, there's actually two.
Yes,
There's
state
a
point.
section, and then to add these 2 points. Those are the 2 motions on the floor.
Correct. The amendment of just these 2 points, language in bold on the screen, is on the floor. And then the whole section after.
I would just request a clicker vote when you get this all sorted out.
At a risk of, sorry.
Well, we have an undebatable motion that was presented. The parliamentarian has ruled that the amendment excluding certain entities from the coverage of the underlying amendment is not in order. And so the question of ending debate applies to the language, these 2 points that were brought by the delegate from Iowa. Do you wish to have a point of order on that question?
Yes, I question, Chad Frankie, Rocky.
Yes.
I question, since that motion was out of order, was the call for the question in order?
The question was called either way on the floor. It doesn't matter when the question's called, depending on the degree in which the question was called to. So if it was to the amendment, which the person that called the question said it was for the amendment, then it is in order.
Are we clear on where we're at or not? All right, I understand the confusion. Clear as mud. There was a motion offered by the delegate from Iowa to establish net metering and virtual net metering, okay? There was then a motion to amend offered by the delegate from Pennsylvania to exclude its application to certain entities. The parliamentarian has ruled that the latter amendment to exclude coverage by certain entities was not in order. So we have before the body then the Iowa motion on net metering and a question being called to end debate and proceed to that deliberation. Is that correct, Mr. Parliamentarian?
That is correct.
I'm going to call the question then. And it's been requested that it be done by the clicker. All in favor of ending debate should vote A or yes. All opposed to ending debate should use B or no. Vote now.
It is a 2/3 vote.
Yeah, it is a 2/3 vote. Who's good at math?
Good. You double the nose.
Double the nose and you decide. See, that's simple enough, isn't it? Debate has ended. We're proceeding then to the yeas and nays on the underlying question of the net metering provision from the delegate from Iowa. All in favor of adopting this language, clicker request has been made. All in favor of adopting the Iowa language with respect to net metering and virtual net metering should vote yes or A. Those opposed, no, or B. Vote now. There being 96 in favor of the adoption and 79 opposed, the language is adopted. We now have this section before us as amended. Further discussion? Seeing none, I think we're going through here, 18, right? Through page 147, line 18 as amended. All in favor of adopting the language as amended indicate by saying aye. Those who are opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Now, I'll call on Mike Strands for some announcements, and I believe that will culminate in a coffee break. So just hang tight, hear what Mike has to say, and we'll get some coffee. Mike?
Thank you all. A few announcements before we break for about half an hour. There are snacks in the foyer, coffee and some really good watermelon juice. I don't know if you've tried that yet. We'll hear, once we come back into session, we'll hear from some speeches from NIAC members, so looking forward to that. Also during the break, if you haven't already and you want to share your story about competition and fairness for farmers, the film crew is ready to go outside just through those doors there. It would be great to have more of your stories about what fairness for farmers means to you, as well as what it means to be a farmers union member. Also, be sure to stop by the exhibit hall out there by the coffee and snacks. There's a photo booth out there if you want to permanently memorialize all your pals here that you had some time with at convention, and a few staff will be there to take a picture for you. But again, we will break now. We will return at 10:45. So please be back in your seats at 10:45. We'll have some door prizes and we'll get back into policy.
We are in recess until 10:45.
What's the weather like? Did you pay attention? At home, I mean? Snow. Snow with, Saturday. In the evening. Today's Tuesday. So if it snows there today, it's snowing in Minneapolis tomorrow. That's where I'm flying. Yeah.
Wednesday it's supposed to be
Yeah, it really kind of looks like every third day or so there's snow. Yeah.
every Tuesday or Wednesday. Weekend. I enjoy the weekend. But I was surprised. Sunday.
Yep.
They got cameras.
Yeah, right.
Cameras. And it looked like ice, compacted snow. So it must have warmed up the country.
Yeah, yeah.
Enough for traffic. At least they're not icy.
Right.
Yeah, an informal question for you.
All right.
But it's all right. I wasn't here last year. But What are the rules? Did we not have in the past where the policy had to be run for once fully for anyone to reconsider a section? I don't remember that. Really? No, no, you can bring it back. I always did.
Good. Well, that's not to say I'm right. I'm just saying I don't remember.
I just always thought that was in our book.
Oh, no, it was not in the.
I guess it's, like you said, it's kind of unlike usually they try to do, they wait for the end so they can gather support for what they want to do. Rather
Political reality of waiting till the end is that people are sick of it on the whole, so they hold down the consideration based on a personal agenda versus the substance of the issue.
Well, 2/3 of the floor. Two-thirds can always whatever, but I mean.
Yeah. Well, I guess
I tried to catch it a few times, but
It's tough. Somebody starts rambling.
you know, well, that wasn't my fault. I didn't name names either. Somebody's going to admit to that. Hey Chad, how come they put you at the end? How come they put you at the end?
I gotta make sure I keep going to the mic too much so we can get through this. Nope, not
You
too
can't
much.
get past me.
I was a little concerned that we only got to page 61 yet. We weren't quite halfway.
He's naughty, I know he's naughty.
You're right, this is right.
Yeah.
It's like
hard to see,
transitions or something. Yeah. Gone.
Isn't it nice to have
He does need a script. Okay, do a wiki guide thing. Yep, find your name.
Do you want to take over? I mean, we're past that yuck.
Yeah.
You had a yuck and you got past it, I had a yuck and I got past it.
How about I do 45 minutes or something?
Sure.
We will get started in just 2 minutes. Please start taking your seats. We will get started in 2 minutes. Be sure to grab your raffle ticket for the door prizes and put them in the bucket. Hold up that bucket, please, Em. There it is. Come on in. We've got work to do. We'll get started in 1 minute. The policy committee is invited to come back up on stage and take your spots here. Everybody else ought to take their seat. And you can drop your raffle tickets off in the center of the floor. Hold that bucket up. There it is. Policy committee, please return to the front of the room.
I may do that right now.
Okay, we're going to draw some door prizes. Bring that bucket up here. The first prize will be a mug that features the plow, rake, and hoe. Olivia, could you do the honors there? The first winner of the mug is ticket number 557-6104. 557-6104. We have a winner. Next up, our next prize will be a stocking cap, green stocking cap. I hear it's cold some places. The number is 000808. 000808. Okay. We might come back for that one. The next prize, a fanny pack. Fanny pack goes to ticket number 557-6215. There we go, we got a winner. Now a member sign, the first of two. The number is 6710996. 6710996. We'll draw another one for another sign. 000-834. 000-834. Paul Jackson. There you go, Paul. Okay, we had 2 prizes not claimed, so we'll draw for those real quick. First, the hat. 557-6093. 557-6093. I think we have a winner. And finally, one more sign. The number is 557-6293. Hey, we got a winner. Okay. That does it for door prizes. Make sure you have your materials about you, and we'll now turn it over to National Farmers Union President Rob LaRue.
Let the record show that Council Dave Velde occasionally gives really good advice. Yep, that's about the applause I would expect. Alrighty, we're about ready to get started again. Just a couple of quick announcements. First of all, we'll take this opportunity to invite folks to the 122nd anniversary convention, which will be held at the Scottsdale Plaza Resort in Scottsdale, Arizona, March 10th through the 12th next year. Arizona is home to 20,000 farm operations. They have about 18,000 indigenous farmers and ranchers that make up 57% of the ag operations, and 40% of all farmers in Arizona are women. Cattle and calves are the leading agricultural product in Arizona, followed by dairy production. They raise a number of specialty crops, and I hope folks will take advantage of all the natural beauty out there as well. So we look forward to you joining us in Arizona next year. You've heard about the Fairness for Farmers campaign. We've had a number of speakers that are doing important work around it, and we're using this campaign to get the message out there and educate not only our members, but our neighbors and consumers out there. There's been a lot of it played on social media, in the news, or on the radio, and we'd like to use this opportunity to play 2 of the most recent ads that have been run on radio stations across the several states. These videos are also shared on social media. And as you watch these, you go on social media or to our Fairness for Farmers website, fairnessforfarmers.org. Always look at it through the lens of, how does this play in my neighborhood? What are the issues? How can we tweak this to make sure that it resonates really clearly? Because we know that these issues around competition exist everywhere, but the issues and the particulars about them might be a little bit different in your part of the country. So please reach out to us so that we can tailor these in the best way that works for your area. At this time, let's roll the video.
Take a trip to the grocery store, and you'll pay record high prices for food, while multinational corporations rake in massive profits. Meanwhile, the farmer's share of the food dollar is only 15 cents. Farmers Union is fighting for laws in the Farm Bill, like a competition title, that promote fair markets. A healthy and vibrant food system is possible, but we can't get there without fairness for farmers. Visit fairnessforfarmers.org, paid for by National Farmers Union. Only 3 companies control 95% of the market for large tractor production. When monopolies capture the market, they take advantage of family farmers and restrict who can repair their equipment. That cuts into farmers' bottom line and laws must be passed to protect our right to repair. A healthy and vibrant food system is possible, but farmers need the right to repair. And we can't get there without fairness for farmers. Visit fairnessforfarmers.org, paid for by National Farmers Union.
In addition to finding ways that these messages resonate in your communities and so forth, a big part of this campaign is making sure that each of us are doing our part to share this message out there. So I would encourage everyone to make sure that delegates here and your neighbors back home who are Farmers Union Message are also taking advantage of the social media clips, like the ones you just saw, sharing them, reposting them, encouraging that. Since last fall, we've had a lot of these social media posts shared over 700,000 times. This is the way we're going to make sure that the things that we're fighting for can get out there, can get heard, and get the change that we need. At this point, let me turn it back over to Lisa Buckner from our education team to introduce our next NIAC speakers.
Please join me in welcoming the next two speakers from the National Youth Advisory Council, who will tell you all what Farmers Union means to them. Kat Marty, Rocky Mountain, and Tyler Hansen, South Dakota.
Upon his coat, he wears the Union button. This line may come from a song you learned at a Farmers Union camp, or one that you heard here at convention. But these words symbolize more than just a catchy tune to me. To me, it represents my grandfather, Albert Marty Sr., feeding his cattle in the winter in Henderson, Colorado, and my great-grandfather, Victor Faringer, farming his land in the summer in Peets, Colorado. It represents 4 generations on both sides of my family who have worn and still wear the Union button. As a kid, I remember the summers that I was too young to attend Rocky Mountain Farmers Union Camp. I can actually recall throwing temper tantrums when my 2 older brothers were going to leave me for a week to do something fun without me. Once I was finally able to go to camp, I can honestly say that I had a right to be jealous of my brothers. Rocky Mountain Farmers Union Camp was not only one of the most exciting parts of my summer every year, but it was also one of the things I credit for many of my accomplishments. Without the leadership skills I developed at such a young age while attending camps, I would not have the courage to stand in front of this large of a crowd and speak. Now, going back to junior camper Kathleen, I remember always being shocked by how many people I met at camp that did not live on a farm. I mean, for an 8-year-old, I thought this was like a farm kid exclusive thing, but I was definitely wrong. Farmers Union has always given everyone a seat at the table, no matter how young or old, how big their farm is, or even if they come from a farm at all. All are welcome to wear the Union button. When I turned 16, one of the things I was most excited for was to become a state delegate at my state convention. I love sitting in policy and watching people talk about the things that they were passionate about. Hearing stories about why they wanted to change or add new policy based off their experiences was amazing to me. To me, it boiled down to the thought of someone having a bad experience and wanting to advocate for change so that other agriculturalists would not have to deal with the same troubles. It was people protecting and helping other people. In 2018, at the age of 17, I decided to run to be a national delegate at the 2019 convention in Seattle, Washington. And to my surprise, I was actually voted into one of the spots. This was a monumental moment for me because despite my age, my state delegation saw me as a capable young woman who could represent them on a national level. And not only did they elect me into that delegate spot, they also supported and encouraged me. I often think of this organization as more of a family because of moments like this. I've always known that I can find support within my Farmers Union family, no matter what the task I'm faced with. The summer after my senior year, I was preparing to run for a Colorado State FFA office, and I knew that I could look to my Farmers Union family for help preparing. The day before I was set to leave for state office interviews, I attended a meet and greet for the newly elected Colorado Commissioner of Agriculture hosted by RMFU. And although I was physically in attendance that day, my mind could only focus on the idea that I was going to have to run against 25 other people for a spot on a team that I had dreamed about for so long. After the event, the former president of Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, Dr. Dale McCall, came and told me words that I will never forget. He told me that no matter what happens, whether I get in office or not, he was proud of me. He continued by saying that that blue jacket does not define you or your future, and it does not define success. I realized in that moment that no matter what happened in the following days, I was still going to be the same person, whether or not I was given the opportunity to wear the words Colorado Association on my back. I knew that there would be people, and there would always be people I considered my Farmers Union family who would be proud of me. And after being elected to state office, some of the first people to congratulate me were my Farmers Union family. Farmers Union, to me, represents a family of people who are always supporting each other, spending time in fellowship with each other, and people who continue to educate each other. I know that this family is full of some of my biggest cheerleaders and are a big part of the reason that I am who I am today. As I work to finish my bachelor's degree at North Carolina State University and move forward in my life, I know that I will always have an amazing foundation given to me by this organization. And most of all, I know that I will always proudly wear the union button.
Hi, I'm Tyler Hansen from Britain, South Dakota. What does Farmers Union mean to me? I've been a part of Farmers Union since I was in kindergarten. I grew up going to Farmers Union District Camp at Richmond Lake by Aberdeen, South Dakota with my 3 older siblings and state camp at Storm Mountain Center near Rapid City, South Dakota. Farmers Union has taught me a lot about leadership and given me the skills I will need for when it comes to becoming a leader in roles that are going to need it. Farmers Union has always been a big part of my life, from county camps to district camps to state camps and National Farmers Union Camp this past summer. I am education director for my county and NIAC for National Farmers Union All States Camp. I am thankful for this opportunity to stand in front of you all and give this speech. This organization is the greatest because of all the lifelong friends and memories I've made throughout the years. Going to camps and getting to meet everyone, getting and learning new things and their traditions that they've learned at their state camps, and teaching new campers camp songs I've learned learned over the years of going to state camp. My favorite part of camp were the dances and getting to go on hikes, and sometimes seeing animals while out on the hikes and helping them help keep camp clean, and having and sharing stories with everyone and learning new things about other campers while attending camp myself. And I'm just thankful for being here and able to stand in front of everyone. That's basically the end of my speech.
Is everybody else feeling the same thing? Isn't this incredible, these Niagars? Every time I'm like just blown away by them. They really did a good job. And now let's get on to our work.
All right, we're back. Mr. Shearer.
Mr. Trent.
What next? Next,
item for consideration of the delegate body, I offer page 150, line 19, through page 153, line 3, with one addendum. My apologies. We'll try this again. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 143, line 19. So, we'll try this again. Third time's the charm. I offer consider on page 147, line 19, through page 150, line 18, no addenda.
You've heard the motion to accept the language on page 147, line 19, through page 150, line 19, with one addendum.
No addendum.
No addendum. Okay. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the language, again, on page 147, line 19, all of page 148, 149, and 150 through line 19. Is there any debate? Seeing no debate, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting the language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 150, line 19, through page 153, line 3, with one addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 150, line 19, through page 153, line 3, with one addendum. Is there a second? Is there any debate? Delegate to my left.
Mason, Mungle, Oklahoma. I propose to amend the page 152, line 7 through 9 in the book with, I think they're passing it out. Go ahead under the, we oppose. May I continue?
Please continue. Yes, please continue. State your motion.
Gas flaring and release of natural gas. However, we realize its use is necessary in well completion and prior to pipeline construction.
Before I seek a second, to clarify, is this additional language or does this replace the language on lines 8 and 9?
I'm proposing that you combined, that you do away with 2 in line 14 and move it up to and combine gas flaring and release of natural gas.
The motion is to insert language and to strike the language on line 9, 8 and 9, and to replace it with the language that's been passed out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to strike and replace. Would you like to speak to your motion?
We realize that there is a lot of flaring goes on, and that flared natural gas doesn't pay the mineral owner, but it's part of the well completion and what happens to particularly those wells that produce natural gas and oil.
The delegate to my right.
Rob Davies, Illinois Farmers Union, just a friendly amendment, I think, a language. Perhaps it should read, however, we realize these practices are necessary.
Would the delegate repeat the language?
Instead of saying, yeah, they've got it.
Does the maker of the motion accept this friendly amendment?
Yes.
Does the seconder of that motion so accept? Hearing no objection, we'll consider this a friendly amendment. Is there further debate on the language on screen? The delegate approaching the mic.
Steve Child, Rocky Mountain. I am opposed to gas flaring. I would urge the gas companies and oil companies, they often get natural gas when they're drilling for oil, to come up with a technology to capture the gas and not flare it when they're drilling the well and before the pipeline is constructed. America is full of innovators, inventors who have come up with new technologies. This is a time I think we should get some new technology so we don't have to flare that extra gas. It's a valuable resource, and let's capture it and not let it contribute to climate change. Thank you.
Is there further debate? The delegate on my right, I saw rise before.
John Ellis, Rocky. I'm opposed to the amendment. I would also like to keep the release of natural gas into the air in there. There's no need to waste this fuel. I mean, if we're going to use it, we've got to use it. And there are ways to save this, either into tanks, pressurized tanks or something. It's just a waste. And we shouldn't be in support of something that's just a waste. Thank you.
The delegate at the center microphone.
Floyd Miller, North Dakota Farmers Union. I'm from Williston in the northwest area. I have a 2 smokestack gas plant right next to my land. For each tower, it takes 1,000 wells to get enough gas into that, to break it down. What are they supposed to do with that while that pipeline's built? And remember how much it costs to put that plant up. So I really don't feel we need this, because the oil companies, they'll try to buy the gas too once they get it broke up and we get paid for it. They want to get it as soon as they can too, but what are you going to use for storage? In hydro tanks? I don't know, but I don't really feel we need this.
Further debate on the motion to amend by adding the language as seen on screen. The delegate approaching the microphone on the right.
Zach Withers, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. Question, as per the discussion earlier about an amendment that contradicts the original intention of the amendment, is this in order? Saying we oppose gas flaring except for when it's necessary, which in the case of the well completion, I understand that you can't immediately cap a well and pipe out the gas line, but the pipeline construction, shouldn't they have the pipelines in place before they drill the wells to be able to capture the gas? I mean, methane has 25 times the greenhouse gas impacts as carbon dioxide.
On that, does the delegate raise a point of order? Or was that a comment?
Apologize, I was getting clarification from my colleague here on something.
Does the delegate raise a point of order, or?
Asking about if this would be in contradiction, if that is in order.
In consultation with the parliamentarian, since this is not an amendment to an amendment, or a second-degree amendment, the question is, the amendment is permissible because it is not amending a previous amendment.
Thank you. I am not super sharp on my Parley Pro, so then I would stand in opposition to including this, as I think that the impacts of allowing gas flaring at all are detrimental and should not be permitted. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the motion to amend by adding language? Recognizing the delegate on my left for the second time.
If I may, is kind of wind this down to say, we don't like to see the flaring or the release of natural gas. The natural gas is what is flared. But a lot of these wells...
Could the delegate identify himself?
Oh, Mason Mungle, Oklahoma, I'm sorry. We have these wells, particularly in Oklahoma and in other states, are natural gas and oil wells. And they have to have that ability to flare those wells. So that's the reason for that addition. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion to amend. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of amending by adding the language as seen on screen, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion fails. Division has been called. Get those clickers ready. We'll be voting via electronic device, more commonly known as the clicker. If you support the amendment, press A. If you oppose the amendment, press B. Vote now. Yeah, a little music would be good. Motion fails. The amendment is not accepted. The business at hand is now to accept the language on pages 150, line 19, through page 155, page 153, line 3. So again, we're considering the language on page 150, line 19, through page 153, line 3, with one addendum. Is there debate on this motion? Gentleman to my left.
Mason Mungle, Oklahoma. Can I propose to strike that we oppose gas flaring and release of natural gas into the air?
The delegate moves to strike the language on page 152, lines 7, 8, and 9. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to strike the language on page 152, lines 7, 8, and 9. Is there debate? Delegate to my left. The delegate approaching the microphone on the right.
Zach Withers, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. I'd stand in opposition. I do understand. I come from a family of drillers, and there are realities, and natural gas and oil are very important to our economy. We all rely on these things, but we need to make changes, and flaring natural gas is a really destructive thing to do. Thank you.
Further debate. The delegate on my left.
Paul Jackson from Oklahoma. Rise in support. Certainly, none of us want to see gas flaring. We don't want to see that released into the air. But at this point, the alternative is you can shut down production in this country. And if that's what you want to do, and you want to rely on foreign oil, let's go for it. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion. So the delegate approach the mic on the left. Nick's passing by, going for a stroll. Further debate on the motion. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the amendment to strike the language on page 152, lines 7, 8, and 9 of the printed document. All those in favor of striking the language signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Division has been called. Get the clickers. We can do this again. All right, those in favor of striking the language should press A for yes. Those who are opposed to striking the language should press B for no. Vote now. Ominous. Trying to do my Don Teskey impression. Yes. 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 The noes have it. The motion to strike the language fails. We'll now return to the motion to accept the language on page 150, line 19, through page 153, line 3. Is there further debate on this? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this section, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 153, line 4, through page 155, line 24, with no addendum.
You've heard the motion to accept the language on page 153, line 4 through page 155, line 24. Is there a second? Is there debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the section. All those in favor of accepting this language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 156, line 1 through page 159, line 9, with no addendum.
You've heard the motion to accept the language on page 156, 157, 158, and the first 9 lines of page 159. Is there a second? There is. Is there any debate? We will proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 159, line 10, through page 160, line 32, with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 159, line 10, through the entirety of page 160. Is there a second? Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this section, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 161, line 1, through page 163, line 8, with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 161, 162, and 163 with no addendum. Is there a second? There is. Is there any debate? The motion is to accept the remaining sections in this article of the policy book. That's pages 161, 162, and 163. All those in favor of accepting this section, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 164, line 1, through page 166, line 24, with one addendum.
The motion is to accept pages 164, 165, and the first 24 lines of page 166. Is there a second? There is a second. Is there any debate? The delegate at the center microphone.
Hi, Rebecca White, New England Farmers Union.
Could you move closer to the microphone, please?
Rebecca White, New England Farmers Union.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to amend the language on the addendum. I would like it to read, incentivizing and expanding early childhood care and education resources and opportunities for rural America.
Please restate your motion one more time, just for the Secretariat.
Incentivizing and expanding early childhood care and education resources and opportunities for rural America.
All right, let's just give them a moment there.
To provide some context, I believe these changes...
One moment here.
Oh, sure.
Let's make sure we get this on screen just right. Yeah. Does that reflect your motion?
Yes, you can strike the in.
All right. Is there a second to this motion? There is a second. There we go. Just like to take a moment to thank the government relations staff at National Farmers Union, Aaron Shire, Layla Silveranis, and Charlie Decker for all their work here. But let's return to the motion at hand here. Does that reflect your intentions?
It does, thank you.
Is there a second? Okay, we're clear there. Please speak to your motion.
I believe the new language changes the capacity for the intention, it speaks to the intention, changes the capacity, allows us to address specifically early childhood, which is ages 0 to 5. And it will also allow us to provide solutions for before children are accepted into public schools, maybe after school programs, before school programs, and allow us to have a focus on community-driven solutions.
Is there further debate on the motion? The delegate to my right.
Rob Davies, Illinois Farmers Union. I rise in support of this. I think it's really important. I live in a very deeply impoverished area in northwest Illinois, and my spouse works in the local school system. I think this is really important, and I support it.
Further debate on the motion. The delegate at the center microphone.
Yeah, Harmon Wiltz, Minnesota. I would like to add an amendment to that because I think it changed what we were looking at. We were looking at healthcare, and now it's talking about early child. So what I'll amend is to say incentivize and expand childcare and early child. So I'd like to put in childcare and early childcare.
The motion is to add language, or is that really?
It's just adding a couple of words to get back to what I want to say is incentivizing and expand childcare and early childhood care, because there's quite a difference.
The chair will rule this out of order. It's not part of the underlying amendment right now. It's additional language outside of the present amendment.
We'll come back later.
All right, we'll continue with the consideration of the motion to amend by adding the language as brought forward by the delegate from New England. Further debate on the amendment by the delegate from New England to add the language on screen. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of amending the section by adding the language as seen on screen in bold, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the delegate at the center mic.
Harmon Wiltz from Minnesota, what I'd like to amend and put a couple words in there. So after incentivizing and expanding, I'd like to say childcare and early childcare.
The motion.
It would say childcare and child, like you had it, yeah.
The motion is to add the two words childcare and on as seen on screen in the highlight. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to add this language. Is there further debate?
Melissa Wannenberg, South Dakota.
Delegate at the center microphone.
Melissa Wannenberg, South Dakota. That seems very redundant. I would say childcare and early childcare education if you did not want it to sound redundant.
Is there further debate on the motion? The delegate on my left.
Courtney Jackson, Oklahoma. As a teacher, I can agree with the gentleman that there is a big difference between early child care, that's more of your very beginning stages, and then child care in general would go into those older children, more upper elementary age, so I would agree with his proposal.
Is there further debate on the motion? The delegate on my right.
I agree with the proposal too.
Please state your name.
I'm sorry, Kathleen Box, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. The way it is with just early childhood care, that's fine during the school year, but it's not taking care of those children whose parents work during the summer. So I think we need that clarification of child care in there.
Further debate on the motion. The delegate to my left.
Scott Cole from Kansas, and a very hot mic. Yeah, I'm in agreement with this change. The early childhood care and education, of course, is the lingo of educators in both primary, secondary, and higher ed, and then adding the new words child care is inclusive and adds in older children.
Further debate on the motion to amend by adding these two words. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of the amendment to add the language as seen on screen, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries. The language has been added. We'll now consider the underlying motion, which is to accept the language on page 164, line 1 through page 166, line 24, with the addendum. Further debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on this section. All those in favor of approving this language signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 166, line 25, through page 170, line 14, with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 166, starting in line 25, all of 167, 168, 169, and the first 14 lines of page 170. Is there a second? Is there any debate? Seeing no delegates approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote on the section. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer consideration of the delegate body beginning on page 170, line 15, through page 173, line 4, with 3 addendum.
You've heard the motion to accept the language starting on line 15 of page 170 through page 173, line 4, with 3 addenda. Is there a second? Is there any debate? Seeing no delegates approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote on the section. All those in favor of accepting this language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 173, line 5, through page 175, line 11, with 1 addendum.
You've heard the motion to accept the language on page 173, line 5, through page 175, line 12, with no addendum.
No addendums. My apologies.
With no addendum. Is there a second?
Second.
The delegate at the center microphone.
Darren Van Ruden, Wisconsin. Don't really have any amendments or anything, but just want to draw attention to an issue that has come forward within the farm broadcasters around the country. There's currently some action going on that is trying to limit the availability of not only music, but really just information through their networks. Ford and a few other car manufacturers are trying to make it legal to put chips in your vehicles. So driving down the road, you might not be able to always be able to get radio connections. Brian Winnikins, who is a farm broadcaster in northwest Wisconsin, has brought this to my attention in the last couple of days about the chip information. So I haven't had time to really look into it for language, but just want to make sure that as delegates to the convention here, we're aware of some of the things that are happening right now in DC to try to limit our availability for information, which also includes farm reports, market reports, things like that could be affected.
Does the delegate know of anyone who just became a grandfather?
Well, that's neat. Congrats, Darren.
With the conclusion of the section, we will introduce our next speaker.
1 second here. Let's just close this out.
We better vote on that first.
Any further debate on the language, page 173, line 5, through the remainder of page 175, line 12? Page 173, line 5, through page 175, line 12. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of adopting this section, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
It is my privilege to introduce our next colleague on the committee. I would just want to say it's been an honor to serve on your committee. This is a great process, and I strongly encourage to get others involved, and I sure have learned a bunch. Our next speaker is Hank Wannenberg from South Dakota. Hank operates a registered Angus cow-calf backgrounding and bull sales operation with his family in south central South Dakota. Combined, they run approximately 600 stock cows and raise corn, oats, alfalfa, cover crops, and other forage crops on 7,000 acres. Hank is also a real estate appraiser at a local family-owned bank. He currently serves as his county's Farmers Union president and as a South Dakota Farmers Union district officer. Hank also serves on the South Dakota FSA committee. Welcome, Hank.
Hello, Hank.
Hello. I don't have any jokes either because I thought it would be 3 or 4 o'clock before we got to me, so this is terrific. I offer for consideration to the body, beginning on page 176, line 1, through page 178, line 26, with no addenda.
You've heard the motion to accept the language on page 176, 177, and 178 through line 26. Is there a second? Is there debate? Recognizing the delegate at the center mic.
Tessa Parks, Minnesota. I would move that the language on page 176 in the book, line 13, the use of the word doctors be changed to healthcare providers.
The motion is to strike the word doctors and replace with healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. This creates greater inclusivity in the language, especially for us in rural communities, where primary care is not necessarily a doctor, but a licensed nurse practitioner or a physician's assistant.
Is there further debate on the motion to amend by striking the word doctors and inserting the words healthcare providers? Seeing no further debate, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of this amendment by striking the word doctors and inserting the words healthcare providers, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. The language is adopted. We'll now consider the underlying motion to accept the language on page 176, 177, and the better part of page 178 to line 26. Is there further debate? Recognize the delegate at the center microphone.
Doctors is in there one more time. Tessa Parks, Minnesota. Page 176, line 20. I move to strike the use of the word doctors and in place put healthcare providers.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second? Further debate? Or would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Is there further debate on the motion to strike the word doctors and insert healthcare providers on line 20 of page 176? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. We're now considering the language on page 176, 177, and 178 through line 26. Seeing no further debate, we shall proceed to vote. All those in favor of this language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
All right, I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 178, line 27, through page 180, line 5, with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 178, line 27, through page 180, line 5, with no addendum. Is there a second? Is there any debate? The delegate at the center microphone.
Linda Larson from Minnesota. I'm on page 179, line 16,
which reads, increasing the Medicare eligibility age. I would like to strike the word increasing and substitute the word lowering. Lowering the Medicare eligibility age. Thank you.
The motion is to strike the word increasing.
I don't think that's what she intended.
Just wait for a moment. Recognizing the delegate.
Mr. Chair, it pays to read your policy before you rise to speak. And since this is a category in opposition, I withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Hey. All right. Is there further debate on the section at hand? Page 178, line 26 through page 180, line 5. Recognizing the delegate at the center mic.
Rachel Kipley, South Dakota. I just question whether we even need line 16. We already have reducing that we support, reducing the Medicare entry age to 55 on line 6. So if we're going to do the opposite, we oppose, we support on everything, this is going to double in size. So I would make a motion, we just delete line 16.
The delegate from South Dakota moves to strike line 16 on page 179. Is that correct? Is there a second? Is there debate on the motion to strike line 16 of page 179? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of striking the language on page 179, line 16, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll now consider page 178, line 26 through page 180, line 5. Further debate. We will proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries. The delegate approaches the center mic.
Darren Vanderoon from Wisconsin. I was just handed some information to the previous section to address my concerns that I was talking about. So it would just be to open it up to add a few words on line 23 on page 173.
It's the motion to reconsider.
Yes.
Page 173, lines.
Line 23 on page 173.
There's a motion to reconsider line 23, maybe 24 on page 173. Is there a second? It's moved and seconded. We will proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider this section. All those in favor of this signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. We will reconsider this section. The delegate at the center mic is recognized.
Darren Vanderoon, Wisconsin. And in that, on line 23, I would like to insert the words recess or reduce access to after weaken. So it would read proposals that would weaken and reduce access to. Or yes, or reduce access to radio and television.
Does the language of the screen reflect the delegate's intent?
Yes. Might want to take that the or before you eliminate.
Weaken, calm, and reduce, calm.
Okay, yep, that works.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to amend the language on page 173, line 23, as seen on screen. Further debate from the delegate?
I think you heard enough.
Further debate? Further debate. Seeing no delegates approaching the microphones, we'll proceed to vote on the motion to amend. All those in favor of accepting or of amending the language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. The language is adopted. The amendment to that section is adopted, but we must close that language on page 173, lines 23 and 24. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on accepting the amended language on page 173, lines 23 and 24. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. All right, motion carries. Back to you, Hank.
Right, okay. All right. I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 180, line 6, through page 182, line 20.
The motion is to adopt the language on page 180, line 6, through page 182, line 20. Is there a second? Is there debate? The delegate approaching the center microphone.
Mary Castangway, New England Farmers Union. Just a point of clarity, why was revised on page 181, line 1, number 12, revising financial aid forms to ensure a more equitable system for both urban and rural farm students? Why was that stricken?
Would a member of the committee?
Thank you for Hank Wannenberg, South Dakota Farmers Union. So we talked about that during our policy committee meetings in DC. The way that it reads is that they want something more equitable for financial aid between farmers and non-farmers, and I guess it was our feelings as a committee that right now farmers kind of already have a little bit maybe the upper hand on some of that stuff, so we didn't feel that is necessary to have in there. If the intent of it was something more like equitability between urban farmers and rural farmers, then that's another discussion, but it wasn't clear the way it was worded. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
Further debate. The delegates to the right.
Patrick O'Neill, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. Regarding page 182, insertion of lines 19 and 20, I move that be stricken.
Delegate moves to strike the language on page 182, lines 19 and 20. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. In our region, we have schools that are trade schools to train mechanics, and they are for-profit institutions. I would not want our organization to limit the ability of students to learn a trade. If it's at a college that's a for-profit that has a technical training component.
Further debate on the motion. Again, the motion is to strike the language on page 182, lines 19 and 20. The delegate at the center microphone.
Yeah, Harmon Wiltz, Minnesota. And I would speak against this motion. I think, there are one-off situations here or there that maybe, you're right, might be, but if we put something in here where, financial aid can be used at really all for profits, we're really undermining our public education system, and in particular land grants. So sitting on a school board, this is debated a lot at high school too, and so I would highly recommend to not scratch this.
Further debate on the motion to amend by striking the language on page 182, lines 19 and 20. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of striking this language. Oh!
Howard calf rope here.
Delegate to my left.
Paul Jackson, Oklahoma. This is an issue that the last couple of years we've dealt with, and undoubtedly you have dealt with in your states as well. This is purely a voucher-related issue. These for-profit entities, we've seen them now, they've been investigated and all kinds of things because of these entities in the state of Oklahoma, and that continues to go on. So I see this going down the same path. I would I would definitely associate my remarks with the last gentleman and would be in opposition to striking this language. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion to amend? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of striking the language on page 182, lines 19 and 20, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes have it. The motion to amend fails. We're back to the motion to accept the language on page 180, line 6 through page 182, line, excuse me, is that right? Yep, it is. Okay, through page 182, line 20. Yep. The delegate at the center mic.
Mary Castongway, New England Farmers Union. I move to reinstate the language on page 181, lines 1 and 2. I believe that even though you may...
Is there a second to reinstate the language? There is. Please speak to your motion.
I know when I was interpreting it, it was both urban farmers and rural farm students. But even if it was urban versus rural, we might have the upper hand now. But in the future, it may be the urban students that have a more favorable position. I think we should have an equitable system.
Further debate to the motion to reinstate or to insert the language on page 181, lines 1 and 2, as seen on screen highlighted. Debate on this motion. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of adding the language as seen on screen, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Language is inserted. We're back to the motion to accept the language, page 180, line 6 through page 182, line 20. The delegate on my right.
John Ellis, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. I'd like to bring back up page 182, line 19 and 20, and I'd like to put that back in, but drop the colleges and universities and just add trade schools.
Is there a motion to amend?
Maybe I'm not very popular around here.
Would you like to move to, are you moving to amend?
I move to add, drop colleges and universities and add trade schools. To support, yes.
The delegate is advised to take a look at line 10 of page 182.
Right, we are. Okay. Well, it's not the first time we've screwed up. But the first time today. I will walk away quietly and come back later, maybe. Maybe. Thank you.
Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there further debate on the section at hand, page 180, line 6 through page 182, line 20? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this section signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Okay, I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 182, line 21, through page 184, line 2. With no addenda.
With no addenda. The motion is to accept the language on page 182, line 21, through page 184, line 2, with no addendum. Is there a second? Is there any debate? Delegate approaching the mic on my left.
Scott Cole from Kansas. On line 30, making this up on the fly, but I would like to, page 182, line 30, would like to include language or include, trying to come up with the phrase, land grant colleges, universities, and other research colleges, universities. I mean, I work at a college and I do research, but it's not a land grant, so I'm trying to get included.
Let's make sure we've got the motion on screen as intended. Is this the language you seek?
I think that covers it, but I'm
All
open
right.
to wordsmithing.
Is there a second? Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded to add the language as seen on screen in bold. Is there further debate? Does the maker of the motion wish to speak to his motion?
I think I've already said it. I work at a college. We're not a land grant, but we do research. We like to be supported.
Further debate on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of adding the language as seen on screen, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The language is added. We're back to the motion to accept the language from page 182, line 20, to page 184, line 2. The delegate at the center mic.
Rebecca White, New England Farmers Union. I'd like to make a motion to add to page 184, line 3, the words land and sea grant colleges and universities.
Past the section.
Not quite in that section yet. We're hold back on that one. Any further debate on the section at hand? We've got one. Here comes Ted.
Ted
The delegate at the center microphone.
Ted Winter, Minnesota. I got on page 183, line 27. I have a question on this, whether the total level of organic food and sales in fibers is enough for research, or if we should just let the universities and the research facilities do the work they think needs to be done on it without having any cap on what they can do or any limit on what they can. That's the question.
A member of the committee will speak to this for informational purposes.
Paul Neubauer, Montana Farmers Union. The intention of the language, which I brought, is not to set a cap so much as to tie the percentage of food and agricultural research dollars coming from the feds to a real number within the economy, the level of organic food and fiber sales. I didn't come up with that idea on my own. It's one that's promoted by the Organic Trade Association, specifically to increase those research dollars. Right now, the funding for specific organic research isn't even close to that number, so I don't think we need to have a fear of that. And perhaps I should have spoken from the floor because I'm advocating instead of informing, so forgive me for that.
We will for now. Thank you. Further debate on the motion to accept the language, page 182, line 20 through page 184, line 2. Delegate on my right.
Larry Lee, Illinois Farmers Union. We added that other colleges and universities on page 182, line 30. Should we not go up above that and play 25 and 26 and put the same language up there?
Is there a motion?
Motion 2.
Does the Secretariat have that language? All right, we'll get that up on screen. Is there a second? There is a second. The motion is to amend by adding language that appears on page 182, line 26. Is there debate on this motion? The delegate on my left.
I'm Walter Schweitzer, Montana Farmers Union. Can we add public research colleges and universities in there?
Delegate seeks a friendly amendment to add public. So the delegate who made the motion shrugs. That sounds good. And the second came from over here someplace. All right, no objection seen. We'll add public to that. Further debate on the motion to amend by adding language. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of amending by adding this language signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Language is adopted. Let's look now at the underlying motion to accept the language, page 182, line 20 through 184, line 2. Further debate. Delegate approaches the mic on my left.
Walter Schweitzer, Montana Farmers Union. I would like to revisit the amendment that we made on other research in colleges. You have it right here, line 1 and 2, and add public, other public research colleges and universities.
Motion is to add the word public as seen on screen. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there debate? Delegate on my right.
Steve Child, Rocky Mountain. I think there probably are private colleges and universities that do research in agricultural things. They're not as common, but by using the word public, I envision like, a state-supported college and the college university system in a state. But I would not like to just exclude by use of one word the possibility that a private college, which there are many good private colleges in the United States that could do research into agricultural things. So why limit it to just those that are publicly funded colleges?
Further debate on the motion. The delegate to my left for the second time.
I just think that public funds should be used for public research, and private universities can use private funds for their research.
The delegate at the center mic.
Beth Hoffman, Iowa. This title is public research. So this is about public research and public institutions.
The delegate at the center mic. Nope, just passing by. Further debate on the motion to amend by adding public. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of adding the word, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. The word is added. We're back to adopting or considering for adoption line 20, page 182, to line 2, page 184. The delegate at the center mic.
Eric Sommerfeld, Montana. If we could go up to line 28 and add that line. Page 182 as well. That line 28 where we talk about the research title, add that same language that we just added in as well, so we remain consistent throughout.
Let's see. Let's make sure this language is correct and what you intend. Does that reflect your intention? Is there a second? There's a second. Further debate?
I will speak just for a second. In Montana, we have our two public universities, MSU and the University of Montana. The University of Montana does research and has degrees in forestry. They are not a land grant college, so they would not be eligible for money under that research title unless you added this other public research.
Further debate on the motion to add language. Further debate. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of inserting the language as seen on screen, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries. We're back to considering the language, page 182, line 20 through page 184, line 2. Further debate on this section. Delegate at the center mic.
Rebecca White from New England Farmers Union. I move to insert Sea grants on line 25 of page 182. So it would read, land grant and sea grant colleges and universities helped create the technological revolution in agriculture.
The motion is to add Sea Grant to line 25 on page 182. Is there a second? There is a second. Would you like to speak further to your motion?
Sea grants are separate requests. They are public opportunity to fund important marine-based research.
Further debate on the motion to add Sea Grant to line 25 of page 182. Seeing no further delegates approaching the microphone, we will proceed to vote. All those in favor of adding and Sea Grant, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. We're back to considering the language on page 182, line 20 through line 2 of page 184. Further debate on this section. Seeing no delegates approaching the microphone, we will proceed to vote on this section. All those in favor of accepting, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
All right, moving on. I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 184, line 3, through page 186, line 10.
The motion is to accept the language on page 184, starting on line 3, all of 185, and the first 10 lines of page 186. Is there a second? There is. Will the delegate at the center microphone?
Rebecca White, New England Farmers Union. I'd like to make a similar motion on page 184, line 3, to amend it to read land and sea grant colleges and universities.
The motion is to add and see to line 3 of page 184. Is there a second? There is. Further discussion from the maker of the motion? No.
This would allow us to think about sea grant opportunities for agriculture and marine farming opportunities.
Further debate on the motion. Delegate at the center microphone.
Yeah, Harmon Wiltz from Minnesota. I'd just like a little clarity of what is Sea Grant. Is this a particular university? What is it? I mean, we could add a lot of things. I'm not opposed to that, but would that encompass in land grant at other colleges, university, or not?
Would the maker of the motion speak to that?
Sea grants are the counterpoint to land grants. So a sea grant can be nestled at a land grant institution, but they are separate. Their funding is separate, and their mission is separate.
Further discussion on the motion to add language on line 3 of page 184. The delegate to my right.
Jeff Kipley, South Dakota. A quick Google search pulls up 20 Sea Grant universities across this nation: Coastal Carolina, MIT, University of Southern California. So there is about 20 of them. They seem to be a pretty legit deal.
I like this. It's not Ask Jeeves, it's Ask Jeff. That's good. Further debate on the motion. Further debate on the motion to add and Sea Grant. Seeing no delegates approaching the microphone, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting, or of the amendment to add and Sea Grant, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. We're now considering the language on page 184, line 3 through page 186, line 10. Is there debate? The delegate at the center microphone.
It's passed. Thank you.
Further debate. Further debate. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the section. All those in favor of accepting this section, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries. All you, Hank.
All right. I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 186, line 11, through page 189, line 6, with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 186, line 11 through page 189, line 6. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this section, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 189, line 7, through page 192, line 14, with one addendum.
The motion is to accept the language on page 189, line 7 through page 192, line 14, with one addendum on page 191. Is there a second? There is a second. Any debate? Seeing none, oh, there is one.
Sorry, I'm between you and lunch, but I guess for the addendum, Katie from Missouri, I would actually advocate for keeping the language in addition to the permanent funding. So I guess what I'm proposing is not to strike lines 13 through 16 on page 191, but to keep it and to say, as for example, permanent funding for the LFPA, in case LFPA has gone away. So, am I making any sense?
We'll see. Let's see. So, page 191, you're looking at the addendum.
Yeah, so actually the stricken language would go before the permanent funding line starts. And it would be kept. It's getting a little wordy, but.
Giving the Secretariat a moment to make this change. While this is happening, I will say that the intention at this point is for the delegate body to make its way through the policy book, and then we will break for lunch. After lunch, we'll reconvene and consider the special orders of business and hear from two of the National Youth Advisory Council and some final announcements. That's our intention at this point.
That looks correct.
All right, so we'll now return to the delegate to my left. Does the language as seen on screen reflect your intention?
Yes, it does.
Is there a second? There is a second. Would you like to speak further to your motion?
As a person who's had experience with LFPA in our state in Missouri, it has been a disaster, and I would like to see that there is continued support for creating new programs and opportunities in addition to LFPA.
Further debate on the motion to amend as seen on screen. The delegate at the center mic.
My name is Aaron Lehman. I'm with the Iowa Farmers Union. We brought this language before the policy committee, and we are welcome to the amendment. And we've had good luck with LFPA in our state, but we understand the concern. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion to amend. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of the language as seen on screen, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page.
Pardon me, sir.
Sorry.
We'll now consider the underlying motion to accept the language on pages 189, line 7 through page 192, line 14. We have debate. Yes.
Page 191, lines 31 and 32. Pardon, thank you. Patrick O'Neill, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. I move we strike the words elementary and middle and insert public.
The motion is to strike the words elementary and middle and replace with the word public. Is there a second? There is a second. Would you speak to your motion?
Just to make sure we got all our kids covered who are in public schools.
Further debate on the motion to amend by striking 3 words and inserting 1. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're now back to considering the underlying report of the committee to accept the language on page 189, line 7 through page 192, line 14. Further debate. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
All right. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 192, line 15, through page 195, line 2, with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 192, line 15, through page 195, line 2, with no addendum. The delegate, is there a second? The delegate at the center mic is recognized.
Paul Sobocinski, Minnesota Farmers Union. I would like to address the food safety standard area. I would like to reinstate the language that starts on page 193, lines 29 through 31 on 193, and the top of 194, lines 1 and 2.
The delegate moves to reinstate the language that it has been stricken in the paper copy, the bottom of page 193 and the top 2 lines of page 194. Is there a second? There is. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I realize that the Food Modernization and Safety Act provides federal regulation as it relates to this, but I also think it's important for states to have the ability to set higher standards as part of local control in regards to food safety regulations. I understand there's some difficulty in terms of that, but we also should recognize that states have the opportunity to set a higher standard that allow for some market strategies and specialty and export markets. For example, in meat processing in Minnesota, we have what we call equal to, what's equal to the federal. And one of the advantages of that process allows us in Minnesota to have a higher standard, but also allows us to have more say within the Department of Agriculture where that regulation is carried out. And in Minnesota, we have the opportunity to work and have input with our Commissioner of Agriculture and the State Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion to reinstate language. Seeing no delegates approaching the mic. Oh, I do see a delegate approaching the mic. The delegate at the center mic is recognized.
Jan Tusick, Montana Farmers Union. I support the reinstatement of this language because I do feel it's important to recognize the autonomy of our states and our ability to set higher bars.
Further debate on the motion to reinstate the language. Seeing no delegates approaching the microphone, I will recognize the member at the microphone on my left.
Hi, Bryn Bird, Ohio Farmers Union. I'm the committee member who brought this one forward to strike it, being a specialty crop farmer who's had to go through the long implementation of the Food Safety Modernization Act and just the issues that came with that for our, not just us, but all specialty crop farmers to adhere to the changes that were made. Once the original rules came out, there were re-rules. It took almost 10 years. There's part of that rules that have still not been implemented, and how we aren't even able to decide if we're going to be able to grow lettuce because we don't know where this is all going. And honestly, there's states that I just don't want local control that might discriminate against different types of agriculture. I understand maybe at a state level, but at a local level, like my city is making decisions that might not be best for our project. And so it's just really hard to adjust. And anybody who's been through the 10 years of the Food Safety Modernization Act might understand that these food safety regulations are really hard to implement on small family farms.
The delegate at the center microphone is recognized.
Missy Bakaroch, Minnesota. I stand in support of this language. Basically, I would argue that states move more quickly and are more innovative in responding to problems, and thus are laboratories of evolving ideas on a number of fronts, including food safety and corresponding market benefits.
Further debate on the motion to reinstate language. Delegate on the right.
Rob Davies, Illinois Farmers Union. I'd like to point something out which, might or mightn't have anything to do with this, but this language to me has repercussions when we look at direct-to-consumer agriculture and how insurance companies wish to treat farmers that do sell direct-to-consumer. In my state, there are some issues with direct-to-consumer farmers and liability insurance, and I wonder whether this type of language doesn't kind of create an environment where those companies can say, well, direct-to-consumer food is inherently less safe than other foods. Just an observation.
Further debate on the motion to reinstate language. The delegate on my right.
Zach Withers, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. We had a really interesting debate about this, and I hesitantly stand in opposition to reinstating it because our experience has been that local and state regulators use food safety to try to block us from accessing things. Like we had a problem with direct sale of custom exempt, or not custom exempt, but federally exempt poultry sales at the farmers market. They came in and told all the poultry producers they couldn't, that they were putting more stringent restrictions, and that if we wanted to sell chicken, we had to go through USDA plants, and there are no USDA plants for poultry. So I would stand in opposition. Thank you.
Further debate. The delegate at the center mic.
George Davis, California. I would speak in favor of not striking the language pertaining to state control over it, because the problem is happening with individual firms like Whole Foods, other groups that set their own standards, and if we can go with the state and have a uniform situation within the state on what the regulations are, there's a lot more clarity in it. We're having a tremendous bifurcation of authorities and standards here. And if a state can come up with something that really works in their area, I think we should go with that.
Further debate on the motion to reinstate language. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of the amendment to reinstate the language at the bottom of page 193 and the top of page 194 signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. Motion fails. Division has been called. Get the clickers, everybody. I think the America's Funniest Home Videos is the better one. It's a good one. It's the clickers. All right. All those in favor of reinserting the language on the bottom of page 193 and the top of page 194 should vote yes, and those who oppose should vote no. Vote now. Motion fails. We'll now consider the motion to accept the language on page 192, line 15 through page 195, line 2. Further debate. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on this section. All those in favor of accepting the section signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
I offer for consideration to the body, beginning on page 195, line 3, through page 197, line 31, with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the language on page 195, starting in line 3 through page 197, line 31. Is there a second? It's been seconded. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this section, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay. I offer for consideration of the body, beginning on page 197, line 32, through page 208, line 15.
Oh boy.
202, you just want to do 202? All right, never mind. I tried. So 197, line 32, through page 202, line 15.
You've heard the motion to accept the remainder of Article 11. That's pages, the bottom of page 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, and 202. Is there a second? I won't repeat what council is saying up here, but that's okay. Delegate at the center mic.
Chad Winter, Minnesota. On page 198, lines 25 and 26. I would like to reinstate the stricken language.
The motion is to reinstate the stricken language on page 198, lines 25 and 26. Is there a second? Please speak to your motion.
I think that voting is the top priority of all the people in this country, and it's a stable value of our democracy. And any time that we can use the ability to have more people vote or offer them the chance to be able not to have to stand in a line for 5 hours or maybe have to skip out of the line because they got to go to work, I think that there should be some way that we can allow that to be a better value for people in our country to actually be able to vote, preserve our democracy, and encourage that we have a larger voting public in this country instead of trying to restrict it. That's my motion.
Further debate on the motion. Delegate approaching the center microphone.
Robert Thompson, Oklahoma. I speak in support of the motion to reinstate the stricken language. I endorse everything that was just said. I would also point out that current NFU policy, which has not been proposed to be amended by the committee, on page 199, line 11, if it doesn't directly contradict striking this language, it at least is contrary to the principle. And I think we need to be consistent in what we're trying to put out, and we need to support voting. There's no more important exercise than a citizen can do than voting, and we need to support it. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion to reinstate the language on page 198, lines 25 and 26. The delegate at the center microphone.
Melissa Wannenberg, South Dakota. As a young family and knowing other people that are my age, if you give them a national holiday on General Election Day, and my kids don't have to go to school, they're going to the dentist. So if you give us another day where there's no school and everybody's gonna take the day off, you are gonna have what I believe a lower election turnout, because they are not going to come vote that day. They are going to take their daily appointments where we have to travel 3 hours to the dentist, 3 hours to the doctor, 3 hours. I'm taking my 6 hours on election day and I'm not voting. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion to reinstate the language on page 198. Further debate. Do I see a member approaching the microphone on the left? I see a delegate approaching the microphone at the center. The delegate at the center microphone.
Debbie Thompson from Oklahoma. Schools don't set their days off based on all holidays. They're not the same. I had 25 years on a local school board. I promise. Those dates are set by each local control. They're not off on Columbus Day. They are off on a lot of holidays, I'll give you that. But that's, the last speaker, I think, is in error in saying that the school would be out because, General Election Day suddenly became a holiday. So I disagree with her speech, and I appreciate everybody has an opinion. So, but don't just assume that a school is going to be off because it becomes a General Election Day became a national holiday. We just should encourage people to vote. And there's more than one way to vote now. They're voting in Oklahoma today, and I voted by absentee ballot so that my ballot would count. And you can, do it mail in, you can vote early. There's a lot of ways to vote besides the day of an election also. So, but I would support that we need to put this back into our National Farmers Union policy because it is important that people vote and, always express their opinions by their ballot. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion. The delegate at the center microphone.
Steve Keith, North Dakota. I guess I don't know that we need to do this. I support leaving it out. We vote by absentee ballot, have been for 2 or 3 years. They've closed all our local polls, so we do have to travel. I don't think having a holiday is going to make a person vote or not. You're going to vote if you want to. If you're not going to vote, you're not going to.
Further debate on the motion. The delegate on my right.
Roy Faltzgraff, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union. What we need to remember is every state has different rules on voting. And in Colorado, we've had a mail-in ballot for a number of years, and it works very well. But you get into some areas, there are some states where you're not allowed to take time off to go vote. Some states, it specifically says that, employers must let you have time off to go vote. And by doing this, we are standing up for the rights of some of those areas that they're trying to suppress their voice. And, as our policy is an excellent example of how democracy should work, we should use our policy to continue to support democracy and voter rights throughout our country. So I stand in support of having this in our policy.
Further debate on the motion. Delegate at the center microphone is recognized.
Eric Doheny, Montana. That gentleman took the words right out of my mouth. I am full support of reinstating this as a national holiday.
Further debate on the motion. The delegate at the center microphone.
Eric Sommerfeld, Montana. I also support reinstating this language. There has been a huge push to restrict voting access all around the nation. We fought off quite a bit of it in Montana in the last several weeks. Anything we can do to make voting simpler and easier and more available is great.
Further debate on the motion. I see a delegate approaching the center microphone.
Keith Dietrich, Nebraska Farmers Union. I would support reinstating it because I think we should consider policy that when it affects the least of us, or who it affects, and if it affects the least of the people that might have the hardest time coming to vote because they work the longest hours and the most inopportune hours and have families and are spread thin, to make sure that they have the right to vote or the time to vote. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion. Any delegates approaching the microphone? I see a member approaching the microphone on the left.
Michael Slattery. Oh, wow. Wisconsin Farmers Union non-delegate. In Japan and in many democratically based countries, voting is on Sundays or on days that people do not work. And that is part of the reason that they have higher voting percentages than we have in this country.
Delegate at the center microphone.
Carol Anderson from Minnesota. I call the question.
Question has been called. We'll proceed to vote. Second. Yeah, great. Okay. We'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of calling the previous question, please signify by saying aye. Oh, we'll use the clickers. Excuse me, we got to use the clickers. Get the clickers out. All right. If you wish to end debate, please signify. You'll press A for yes, and if you do not wish to end debate, you'll press B for no. Vote now.
It's not working. It's not working.
Nope, I think we snuck up on the.
No.
It's 5, 4, 3. Yes, I hear that. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Let's. Yeah. A scant majority being in favor of ending debate. We'll proceed to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of reinstating the language found on page 198, lines 25 and 26. All those in favor of reinstating signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. Division's been called. Okay, get those clickers out. If you're in favor of reinstating the language, you'll click A for yes, and if you're opposed, you'll press B for no. Vote now. Vote now. Somebody's got the Jeopardy music, I hear that. The ayes have it. The language is reinstated. The motion at hand is now to accept the committee's report for the balance of Article 11. So that's pages 190, the bottom of 197 through all of 202. Further debate on this section. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of accepting this section signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Okay, now we're going to finish it up. I offer for consideration of the body beginning on page 203, line 1, through page 208, line 15, with no addenda.
The motion is to accept the rest of the policy book from page 203 through line 15 on page 208, noting that lines 16 through 24 were adopted earlier yesterday. Is there a second? Is there any debate? Recognize the delegate on my left.
Nick Lewandowski, Kansas Farmers Union. Question on page 205, lines 17 through 19 for the committee. Why were those words stricken?
Was it because the sale's already over with? Because we believe the sale is already transpired and that's already been dealt with, so it's outdated information.
I understand that. Have the funds been exhausted, and where have those funds gone? Do we know that answer?
Does anybody know?
Does anyone wish to speak to that inquiry? The delegate on my right is recognized.
Alrighty, Rob LaRue, National President. Happy to make delegates even more aware, but generally, all those funds are part of our investment portfolio, and therefore are helping to support foundation education work that we continue to do.
Recognize the delegate on my left.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would make the motion that we reinstate this language, since there are still funds in investment for these programs from that sale.
The motion is to reinstate the language on page 205, lines 17 through 19. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Would the delegate speak further to his motion?
I just think it's important that as long as we have funds from the sale of that wonderful facility that we had in Bailey, we should continue to state in this policy where those funds should go. And that might be in perpetuity. But I think it's important for us to remember our history, especially this education center, and where those funds should be directed.
Further debate on the motion to reinstate the language. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of reinstating the language, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. The language is reinserted. I hear clicker being called out there, which we'll consider that another name for division. Get your clicker ready. If you're in favor of reinserting the language, you'll signify by pressing yes or A, and if you're in opposition, you'll press B. Vote now.
Last year you always said, oh, no. He doubled it.
The motion carries. The language is reinserted. We're now considering the balance of the policy book. Is there further debate? Again, this is page 203 through line 15 of page 208. Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
All right.
I understand that we will now break for lunch, but before we do that, just a few reminders and announcements. Of course, the special orders of business have yet to be considered, and if you haven't already, but you probably have, there are 3 recommended special orders of business that the policy committee has put forward. Those have been available at the back of the room. Make sure you've got a copy of those to consult. When we come back from lunch, we'll of course pick up the special orders of business, hear from some National Youth Advisory Council members, and conduct any further business that the delegate body should consider. One moment.
Do we need to make the editorial motion at this time, or are we going to do that later for staff?
We'll do that later for staff. We'll do that at the end of the special orders. What time do we come back? Timing. Do we know? I'm going to consult for just a moment. Some of the NFU staff may have a specific time for us to come back. I see Mr. Thews might be approaching the microphone over here, actually. We're going to go with 2:15. The time to return is 2:15. Is that what you're telling me? We'll go 2:15. 2:15. So enjoy some lunch. Be back in the room by 2:15. We'll give away some door prizes. Have a tasty lunch. Ride the trolley, but not too far. See you at 2:15. Yeah. Okay, Dave, I'm done. The mic's on. Yeah, I'm done. Okay. Yeah. Good job. Thanks.
Where? A hold sitting.
Yeah, it's getting a little chilly.